Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it was rather embarrassing start when I forgot my microphone. It's not muted. But anyway, thank you for coming today. We are always playing something new or variety or something unexpected on Sundays. Also something not really too stressful to prepare for New Week. And today we are continuing with Gibbous, which is point and click adventure Set in... I'm not really sure where. We were into Transylvania. I'm not really sure where this is, but I think somewhere in the United States. And, we are playing as two people. This person, the Don archetype, is a detective who was hired to find Necronomicon. And he succeeded, partially, because he was kidnapped just before he found it. And there's another character, the librarian. I forgot the name. Oh, let's say he's Mr. Caravan because I forgot his first name. Anyways, he is a ordinary librarian studying and working in the library, and one day Don came. He got kidnapped, and luckily or unluckily, he discovered the Necronomicon that was hidden in his library. And because this is a sensible thing to do, he took the Necronomicon with him home and read a few passages from it, which turned his cat into speaking cat. God damn it, my voice today. Anyways, afterwards, we went to the few people to find out how we can undo the talking cat curse, because the cat is really sassy, and I guess he doesn't want to live with talking cat anyway. So there were some crazy adventures, and things came together. Don got a special powers. He can use mark of another deity called Hunter, I think, that can enable him to see past. Well, hear past. And right now we acquired all these tropes, and we are going to infiltrate a town called Fishmouth, where's at least I think so. Oh, okay. We will need to infiltrate a town called Fishmouth, where the fish cultists are gathered. Because what was the reason? Oh right, we are searching for a girl named Peace, and I think she went that way, so... but we can't get to the Fishman while the cultist festival is going on, so... we got ropes. But, we also need to smell like fish, and that's where this fish shop come in place.
I'm reluctant to use it on him. Okay, scared to use it on him.
I kinda want to.
Okay.
Okay, now. What about seafood? Let's see what kind of history is with the seafood. Well... incredible disgusting sink. Oh, okay. Now what about scale? Nothing, okay. Refrigerator? I think
Nothing.
I really love those. I usually do the hunter mark on almost everything because I'm really curious what they put in game. And it's a shame if I just
Looks like we're the
skip
fishmonger.
through everything.
Not the most inviting of corridors.
Okay, can I
That's
go?
my private area there. No access. Yeah, I heard it as I said it.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's a fish scale. Sorry. That's all I got. Be sure to tip your waitresses. Validation at the door. I'm not interested.
Well, let's see that.
Oh, that is foul. Oh my. Oh, you God.
Looking at it, it's pretty foul.
There's more death, despair, and gunk in there than I've experienced in my entire life.
Mm-hmm.
Some kind of refrigerating unit. There's a pipe leading up into the ceiling. Probably something needs to be real chilly like up there, but this unit doesn't seem to cut the mustard.
Interesting.
Poor
so-
machine seems to be on his last legs.
So we can maybe damage that.
There's a hatch in the ceiling, apparently holding back something incredibly gross. There's a foul-smelling liquid dripping from it. Ugh.
Yeah, that's what we need.
Just throw them all in there and lock the hatch. We'll get rid of them one of these nights, if you know what I mean.
Oh. Also, I'm thankful that the
holding back olfactory
fishmonger
hell
just
itself by the
stands
smell of
there
that stuff dripping from it.
and ignores me while I look around
That's
this shop.
not how you open this thing.
Well, yeah, the train is probably how we open this thing. Okay, what about you, fishmonger?
Morning,
Brother.
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 Okay. Yeah, I need fish.
Sure thing, brother. What type and how much?
Type doesn't really matter. Need hundreds of them. Rotten.
Oh, that's suspicious. What you need 'em for?
What do you care? I got the milk. I can cover it.
Can't sell your rotten fish, sir.
Sir, what happened to brother?
Anyone can wear a robe. And when they start making dubious demands, how do I know you ain't one of them health inspectors?
Hey, I'm no health inspector. Look at me, decked out nose to toes in these righteous robes.
Try and appeal to my street sensibilities all you want. I stay skeptical. Maybe you're undercover.
Yeah, undercover health inspectors. That's a thing.
I ain't
Actually, it is.
risking my license revoked.
Mm-hmm.
It's the owner of this fine place of business. Not the friendliest fella in Darkham. Brother.
I don't know about that.
What's the deal with the hanging chain?
All due respect, sir, that's none of your business.
I detect a pretty strong smell coming from up there. Could it, perchance, be where you keep all the merch that's gone bad?
Now that's presuming a whole lot, sir.
Not exactly a refrigerated environment if we go by olfactory clues.
What old factory?
There's a smell, Brother Fishmonger, and nasty stuff dripping from the ceiling.
That's my damn business, if you don't mind.
Oh, come on, we bros, you know it.
I straight up and down don't.
Say, you look familiar.
What? We all look the same to you Darkhamites, don't we? Racist.
Racist? Not at all. There's just something about your features, your eyes, maybe.
You think I don't know the stereotypes y'all throwing around about us? Fish face, bug eye, and all that sort. Well, I'll have you know, before you make any kind of ignorant comment about my eyes, I've got a sleeping condition, all right?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Is that bad? Are you taking anything for that?
Yeah, it's bad. And no, drugs don't work.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take sleeping pills?
Ain't working for me. I can take a fistful and it'll be like chugging some Joe.
Yeah, dog. Life ain't at ease if you ain't got those Z's.
Yeah, like you give a rotten fin about my problems.
Just trying to empathize here. Do you happen to have sleeping pills around?
Yeah, got mine right here. They're yours if you want them. They're no use to me.
So what do you do about your sleeping problem?
You sure curious. Well, it can't hurt to tell you. Been experimenting with hypnosis and suggestion lately.
Oh, interesting.
Hypnosis? Really? Does it work?
Well, it ain't been long, so I don't really know as yet. Doc been suggesting stuff to me for some sessions, and the payoff's still to come.
What's the payoff?
He calls it the catalyst. It's a secret spoken command. Supposed to make one fall asleep instantly.
So,
Oh.
did you get yours?
Sure did, but I'm scared to use it, to be honest. Doc says I might sleep for 3 days straight.
Hmm.
So, how do you find Darkham?
It's alright, I guess. But their smell just... ugh. That's why I mostly keep to my shop. Smells like home in here.
Oh, yeah. Fishmist's gonna be a blast.
So, we just need to find out the secret command to make him sleep.
So, out of curiosity, what's your secret command?
Doc says I ain't supposed to share that with anyone. Why, it'd cause chaos in my personal and professional life, it would.
Yeah, I suppose it would, wouldn't it?
Plus, if I told you, I'd just fall asleep instantly. And that'd be all awkward, wouldn't it?
I suppose it would be, yeah. Still need them fish, bro.
I ain't...
Okay.
I bet I know what your command is.
I'll bet you don't.
Fuzzy cushion.
Fuzzy cushion.
Huh, that ain't it.
Baby butt.
Cute, but it ain't that one.
Angel tummy.
Why, what's this? I was all sleepy all of a sudden. But wait, could it be just 'cause of you boring me to sleep with your cutesy guessing game?
Ugh, you had me there for a second. Never mind. Catch you later.
Okay, so can we leave him now?
I'm really... Okay.
Okay, we can't. So we need to
Poor
find
devils. How
a way
undignified.
to extract the secret command from him.
That's my
So it's private area. Oh, sorry.
There's some sort of weird resistance to the Haunter's mark, but I'm not that interested anyway.
Okay.
The weird sign does nothing for me. I don't have the time to be traipsing through dorms. Nothing resonates.
Okay.
Who'd put this up here, Eugene? Let's just get this done. It's freaking me out.
So I will need to find out the secret command, but... Oh! I have an idea. Can we read the medication?
Your secret command is bubble wrap.
Yeah, we can. Can we take it?
Picking it up won't do anything, but there might be some use for it. Picking it...
Okay. Well then, let's put him to sleep.
I bet I know what your command is.
I'll bet you don't.
Bubble wrap.
Bubble wrap.
How'd you?
Huh, it worked. I have to admit I had serious doubts, but it actually did. And it was time to get my robes dirty, so to speak.
Hmm. I wanted to go to the private area.
So,
Well,
this was it. Stinky old fishmouth. Smell-wise, it was probably the fishery I'd just come from times 1,000. I was
what is the man in the background doing?
itching to sink my teeth into whatever fishmouth had to offer. Except the local food.
Hello, Zenster. How's your Sunday? The art is indeed really beautiful. It's hand-drawn. And
That's one way of approaching literature, I guess.
they're actually making another game. Not really sure when, but it's called Near Mage, I think. And it also looks really pretty.
You will learn the rituals in time for the festival, or else.
He's way too focused for me to disturb him with chit-chat.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of these lunatics pushing and shoving each other. Why am I not surprised?
Reminds you of Machinarium and Samarust. Mm-hmm. I think I played Samarust demo back in high school. Let's see, how old is Samarust anyway? Hmm. And I'm pretty sure I have Machinarium, or I've played it at least. 2016. No. It must be older. No, I don't have Machinarium. Well, whatever. But I played Machinarium. I'm not really sure I finished it though.
I don't want to break her concentration. Looks like a stalemate to me. I don't want... I'm not curious.
I am though, please read them.
Hello there.
Go away.
So, I take it you don't participate in the festival?
Go away.
That's that, I guess.
The last puzzle game we played was Franbo. It's a horror game. Never heard of that one.
Hello there.
Go away.
So, I take it...
Go.
That's...
Okay, let's see, what can we tell about the door? So this hunter mark tells us about the history of the thing.
I don't even want to know what's going on inside there.
I'm kind of curious.
Hey, it's a door blocking my access to who knows where.
It's like a kid with cat and some psycho. Can see demons. He escapes from an asylum and sees blood everywhere.
Really not interested in what he has to say. I'm pretty sure I would regret doing that.
Well, since we are smelly and we have ropes, we can go in. I tend to avoid horror games, but I was thinking about playing through Monkey Island.
Greetings, sister. Are you not bothered by the adjacent vomiting?
Zishta zidaraku zibelurduk kanpa yashta kanpa ya.
Yeah, it is a shame about the economy, but what are you gonna do?
Well, I played Monkey Island back when I was little, but Mm, yeah, the streets. Oh. I'm pretty sure. I can speak for Romania. I'm from Slovakia, so I can tell you some streets look bad, some streets look good. I'm pretty sure it's the same way almost everywhere. No state is really perfect. But yeah, I can speak for Romania. Though we were in Romania before the game took us to Transylvania. Anyways, yeah, I was thinking about playing Monkey Island. I played it when I was a little kid. Oh. When I was little. And I couldn't really progress through the game because I couldn't put 2 and 2 together for most puzzles. So it would be nice to actually play through it now.
Excuse me, brothers.
Get away! Can't you see we're talking here?
Rude.
But what the priest?
Hello there, brother.
Uwangba, papalengba.
Oh, sorry, I had no idea.
Okay, what is the Doomsayer saying?
You see, Father Dagon and Mother Hydra,
You only seen a video of Slovakia with some guy from Czechia that did a prank on a 5-star hotel in Slovakia. The stuff was very professional. Yeah, like... I think you can expect from... Oh. From good people here. Like, not really good people, like good establishments, and they are really professional here. And, well... low-end pubs and places can be unprofessional, but that's the same for almost everywhere, I guess. And I'd say it's probably okay-ish living here, like... I described Slovakia as nothing really happens here. Parents?
Parents?
they are our parents, and it has never been clearer that with their help, we shall never.
Lose?
Lose?
We shall never lose this fight for our evil identity, or know any other gods. Look around, brothers. Cast your eyes on the person next to you. What do you say? Well, I see a group of...
Group of? Oh. You'll check video for the name of the hotel? Okay. What was I wanted to say? I was thinking about something I forgot completely. I cheated on the puzzles on Machinarium. Yeah, the puzzles were really hard. Like, Machinarium and Summer's puzzles are hard to do. At least for me they were. Let's see, what we see? Group of true believers or dedicated followers? True believers.
True believers?
A group of true believers, like I've never seen before. And our numbers are always rising. Make no
I'm sure you can also, I think,
our
post it.
endeavor.
So, maybe the bot will... I'm not really sure if I can permit you. you can pause the video.
Is a
Just step toward domination. Our historical achievement. Let's take it one step forward.
Another step toward world domination?
our endeavor is another step to world domination. Virus, world.
It seems it censored you.
Hard look at us, for we shall bring.
Oh, you can whisper me. I should have my whispers open. Chalupka Slovenska. Oh, it's like a resort actually. Is it in Tatras? Not really heard of it though. I wouldn't stay in 5-star hotels in Slovakia anyway. Not really that rich to do so. Death and destruction, obviously.
Death and destruction?
Death and destruction to your doorstep. We are the next in line. For.
Well, that didn't work.
Oh, don't worry about it. Slovenia and Slovakia sound really similar.
You see, Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, our.
Okay, let's go again because I think we can get something out of this person. Chalupkova is like a place with forests and cabins in the mountains. You get the whole cabin. Oh, I see. And you probably live in like a small village, right? With made of cabins. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, looks pretty though. I wouldn't really want to go there. By the looks of it. So, yeah, for me the best vacation is probably I would go to beach or to the mountains, like for a hike, or I guess staying home and just relax. Take a bath. Not really a fan of the going to the cabin that's next to another cabin, and I'm pretty sure the people go there for partying, so it could get really loud. Well, at least our last company vacation was pretty loud, but thankfully no one was around. Oh, we hope no one was around. But yeah, if you get neighbors like that on your vacation, you will not have a good time. You would like hiking, maybe drop a tent in the woods. Yeah, for me, no sleeping in the woods. I like my comfort also. My back is not really good, so sleeping on anything other than my mattress usually leaves me uncomfortable. So, we'll get something on this doomsayer. So he said Mother and Father Dagons are our biggest role models.
Role models?
and it has never been clearer that with their help, we shall never.
Not really. Oh, even the inflatable arms are not good. Yeah, not really. Like, it's probably about my habits that I get used to one. I have a really good one right now, and well, it ranges between on what I sleep, from being like having slight pain or being tired all day, to basically not able to bend in my back if I sleep on something really bad. So I usually don't really leave my home because there's not really many places with good beds in hotels. Like, it's a shame also because like bed is the most important part of your stay somewhere. Also, I should get my back checked because I haven't really gone to anyone yet, but I have some checkup scheduled. Well, in the spring, just not really get a date for it yet. So I will mention this to my GP and maybe I will get some treatment or something out of it. Well, that's... I'm happy for you, I guess. If you had no problems. Yeah, the sleeping, like problems with back after sleeping or like problem with back in general are really bad. But, yeah, mine are mostly remedied by getting good mattresses, so... Oh, you have other problems. I'm sorry about that. Well, let's hope all our problems will be resolved over time. So, you was saying something about us not ever surrendering?
Surrender! We shall never surrender to any kind of adversity or know any other gods. Look around, brothers. Cast your eyes on a person next to you. What do you see?
It's well, like if I was giving a speech in the public, like I'm forgetting all the text. Dedicated followers.
Dedicated followers?
A group of dedicated followers, like I've never seen before, and our numbers are always rising. Make no mistake. Our endeavor is
critical achievement.
Historical achievement?
Our endeavor is a historical achievement. Fearless world. Take a good hard look at us. For we shall bring nothing but
Oh no, it's the same. You ate altered food like 1 year ago and it still bothers you when you eat spicy or sweet for spicy? Well, thank you about wishing well. I also hope you will get better with your stomach. Yeah, being sensitive to foods is probably not the greatest as well. Honestly, I will probably take my back problems over upset stomach. And yeah, health is wealth. Okay, well, what did we do last time? The vintage accent. Let's go for mayhem and despair this time.
Mayhem and despair?
Mayhem and despair to your doorstep! We are the next in line for
Well, that didn't work.
Oh, interesting. There's a combination we can get from him. Well, I'll get back to him later.
These fellas here are really into their dubious book. I'll just not bother them this time.
Nemo Curious, Lord of the subtle arts, open the gate to the sphere of thy spirit. Nemo Curious, master of the chemical science, open the gate to the sphere of thy workings.
Indeed it is. Capital of Slovakia is Bratislava.
Evening, madam.
Mashrita nanazia kampa, yamag, yagamag, yazagastena kia, ashtakareliosh.
Couldn't have said it better myself. You have yourself a peaceful night now.
Well, thank you for information, Crouching Cultist. Yeah, it's really close to Austria. When I was living in Bratislava, actually, I used to take trips to Austria every now and then. They can invade our capital like in 10 hours. Well, what will they get from invading Slovakia anyway? Like, it's usually the other way around. No, Vienna is a really nice city. Oh, you have bad memories with Austria because Romanian gypsies? Oh, I'm not really in the loop about that. No, about that. Though I'm not really in the loop with most things that are happening in Europe.
She ain't the sociable type.
Oh, every time you stop the bus there in Vienna, they came trying to scam you.
Evening, brother.
Hello. Anything else?
Guess not. Later.
Okay, so what are we doing here exactly? Oh, we are trying to get into the Fitman house. Okay, so this Fitman's house, that's like a hotel that you can stay in Fishmouth. Oh, this looks welcoming. These look welcoming. So let's...
Brother Jan's part of my elite squad that's taken a vow of silence.
Okay, what about David?
No point in talking to Brother David. He took a vow of silence when he joined our elite ranks.
Okay, what about Matthew?
No point in that. Brother Matthew's taking the oath of silence too.
Really?
Part of the elite squad deal.
What about Ellen?
You're wasting your breath. Brother Aelin is part of the elite squad, and that means vow of silence.
Yeah, I was expecting as much. So what about you, Pesk?
Evening, brothers.
Yeah, what do you want?
Just seeking passage into the derelict industrial premises you're currently eclipsing.
Don't come here wasting my time, you hear?
I want to get inside of the abandoned factory behind you, brother.
Just say so, huh? So are you Mollusco?
You're darn tootin' I'm Mollusco.
Oh yeah? Good. Chief Piovera specifically said don't let Mollusco in. Forget about it.
Wait. Me? Mollusco? Huh.
Mr. Confused Identity over here. Well, who are you then? Pescatori?
So pescatarians are people who don't eat Well, at least I hope that's the word that he used. But pescatarians are people that don't eat any meat except for a fish. So let's go with nope.
Nope.
See, you're starting to get on my nerves now. Just a little bit.
Wait, okay. No more games. I am pescatory.
Oh, good. You're finally here.
Oh, so that's probably a name.
That could have happened. Probably happened.
Oh, right, it's pescatarians with PA. So, yeah, that's the wrong word.
Are you serious? I see what's going on.
This game reminds me of Siberia.
Level, huh?
I think I have a third Siberia game. On my GOG. I think I got it for free once. Never played them though.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Don't worry. These guys are hardcore, but they took a vow of silence, so I'm level 3 clearance. I pretty much know most of it.
Well, tell me what the meal is then.
Oh yeah? Tell me what the meal is then.
May Father Dagon forgive our naivete. Is that how you pronounce that?
How should I know?
Pulling the wool over our eyes with talk of raising the meal, the ultimate feast for the dreamer. Damn butcher, cobbling flesh together and raising that thing in Kraken Bay, that half goofer. It ain't natural.
We talking GMOs here, or,
I ain't in the mood for joking. He played us good, Pescatori. The dreamer yet hungers, brother. Yeah, Cthulhu for Dagon.
Well, let's follow along with whatever he's saying. I'm not following at all, though.
Dagon indeed.
We've let him down, brother. We raised that thing for the dreamer to feast on, and now we just might have to face it. Ooh, that flesh-tinkering lunatic ran away with it.
Oh, wow. We know that for sure?
Ain't that why you're here? To find out for sure? The elders won't let us regulars in the factory. Personally, I think he's long gone. But go ahead and find out.
Thanks.
Wait. I got specific instructions, though. You can go in, but only in the presence of Chief Piovra.
Well, this couldn't be that easy, could it? So, where's Piovra?
You're asking the wrong person, Fra. He's probably out boozing himself to death like he always do, right, guys? Why do I keep talking to these mooks? Drinks like a fish, that Piovra.
All right. I'll return with Piovra. See you guys.
Salute!
Oh, yeah, the lip silence things with text. Oh, I'm pretty sure that's just
I'll be back with Piovra real soon.
Yeah, good luck finding that drunk piece of garbage.
Yeah,
it's the
drunk
loop animation.
Piovra.
Yeah, forget about it.
Trying not to. See ya.
So, this is not a AAA game, so it's pretty.
Let's not and say we did.
It's pretty expected, though. I really like how it's done.
Let's not and say we did. Let's not and say we did.
Okay. Can I read history of something here? Probably not. Okay, so we need to find that person. What about the puddle?
I know this puddle's history. It came from that truck there. Think I need a container.
Okay, can we take the crowbar?
You're mine.
So we are finally getting somewhere. Our objective right now is to, well, from last stream, we found out that something bad will happen when the three bells toll, and it was implied that 2 bells already tolled. Also, there's some strange storm over the Europe that is blocking internet and GPS. And well, we have Necronomicon, while the other guy that's That we are not currently playing. It's the Necronomicon and the talking cat with him. And we are looking for this girl called Peace that should be somewhere in this town. And she's co-leader of another cult that is focused on preventing other cults from going too crazy, I guess. Like cult police, if you will. And her father was the leader, and I'm not really sure if he's still alive, but we met him. And he held some bad guys for us while we were escaping, and told us to find Peace, which is her name. So we are here, and she's probably staying in the Finman's house, which is like hotel, yeah, hotel. So we need to get this guy away, and yeah. Also, we need to get rid of the Necronomicon somehow, though that will probably be hard. Oh, and also we are searching for a person named Bob Olmstien, I think. It was implied that he wrote the Necronomicon, so we are not exactly sure what he is, but yeah, mostly just talking. We did really cool rap battle last stream. Also, well, that was also a talking. There's some puzzles, not really hard. There was like a puzzle with planets where we needed to press buttons and in correct order while lowering and rising planets in planetarium. But yeah, mostly just talking. It's more of a story game than really hard puzzles.
Hey, kid.
Hey yourself, you stupid cultist.
You dare disrespect the cult?
What cult?
The fish cult?
Don't you mean the order, you dum-dum? Gosh, they'll just let any mouth breather in your little Girl Scouts club.
Yeah, we've been lowering our standards lately.
And there you stand, living proof.
So, how's things? What's with the wheelbarrow?
What's with the wheelbarrow? Nice conversational spark up, square.
A square? Me?
Yeah, man, you're like squared.
Sick burn, dude.
I know, right?
Well, you do have a wheelbarrow, so...
Well, you do have a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, so? Can't be cool next to a wheelbarrow, 'cause you said so, Pops?
Sheesh.
He's also about... I'd say he's middle-aged, or like 40. Yeah, middle-aged is probably not really the right word, 40 to 50. And then there was a lot of boomer stuff.
Huh.
I
guess I really am a square now. Man, I used to be one of the cool kids.
You don't say.
Yeah, I guess I never really fit in, you know?
What? Seriously?
Yeah. Must be why I'm walking around in these ridiculous pajamas. Just trying to be accepted somewhere, you know?
Oh man, I feel you.
And the other guy is probably like 25 or so. I'm not going to read that. Why hating on the order?
Why you hating on the order though?
He's all street now. Your nomenclature's all over the place, buds. You guys are a bunch of fish brains for worshipping that imaginary tadpole dad of yours.
He's alright.
Yeah, right. Dream on, Pops.
Can I let you in a secret?
Can I let you in on a little secret?
Yeah, let's tell her
maybe
we
I
are
shouldn't.
not worshippers.
Your parents are probably in the esoteric order.
Nah, man, they're not. My dad's a fisherman and that's it. All we do is deliver seafood to these wackos. What's the secret? Come on, tell me.
In a minute. How come your dad's not in the order?
I don't know. He's not into that mumbo jumbo. I mean, he's cool with the festival, 'cause we get to sell a lot of fish to you loonies.
Not me. I've come to hate fish.
Yeah, ooh, tell me about it. But we're depopulating these waters, man. What the hell do you people need so much fish for? You should just get as much as you need and stop making such a waste.
Can't disagree with that. Look, I have no idea what all the fish are for, honest.
So let's tell her a secret. Let's see. The secret now. We have two secrets. One that we are not with the esoteric Order of Dagon, but we are in fact the detective. And the other one we are branded with a mark of a different old god.
Alright, the secret is...
Okay, I only listen to smooth 70s jazz.
I can only listen to smooth 70s jazz. I know it doesn't sound as bad as it really is, but any other kind of music makes me physically sick. Pop rock makes me erupt into horrible boils, and don't get me started on that dubstep thing. Ugh, those wub things put me right in the hospital on more than one occasion. And mumble rap. Jesus, the mumble rap. Wada-da-bada-da-ba, na-na-na-bada-da-ba, bada-da...
Whoa, okay. That's gonna majorly suck. Is that it?
No, not really. I'm not really a cultist. I'm a private investigator. I snuck in here because I'm working a case.
Whoa, are you serious? That is so cool, oh my god.
Yep, it's true. Name's Don. Don Katype.
Awesome, I'm Joey.
Nice to meet you, Joey.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, dubstep still exists. Do you like classical music? Oh, that's nice. I wonder, I don't really have any set style. Just to listen to whatever. Don't really like the smooth jazz of 70s though.
So you're not into all the festival stuff, are you, Joey?
Gah. I can't stand all these creeps and creepettes swarming around town. This place is horrible enough as is. We don't need extra wackos.
Is there, I know it sounds dumb, but is there fishy stuff going on in your family?
Nah. I mean, I see what you're getting at, but some of these people are just, you know, ugly, I guess. It's not a mutation or anything, I don't think. Well, you get really used to them when you see them walking around every day.
I see.
Oh, you used to work on Sarah Compat Twitch streams, and she does live improvisations for classical music or for 70s smooth jazz. I'm guessing the classical music. Yeah, it's cool. The music streams are always so nice. I don't really go to any of them. I usually stick to the game streams. But yeah, it seems like a nice thing to watch from time to time.
So you're not into all the festival stuff, are you, Joey?
Gah. I can't stand all these creeps and creepettes swarming around town. This place is horrible enough as is. We don't need extra wackos.
Is there, I know it sounds dumb, but is there fishy stuff going on in your family?
Nah. It's not a
We already heard this one.
I see.
Okay.
I'll catch you later, Joey.
See ya, Dawn.
Can we follow your wheelbarrow? No? You had a favorite just song. Oh, interesting. For me, I would say I love the rock. Then the pop songs that are like those you hear in the radio. Mostly. Then I really love Japanese pop and K-pop as well. Although I don't really listen to any new artists, just the old what's called old bands? Yeah, bands. Let's see what kind of rock. I guess it's called alternative rock. Like, I'm not really into genres. I'm more like the specific bands and the music from them. Like, my favorite is Imagine Dragons. So, you could say they are a rock band. Though they also play different music. Like alternative rock, I guess. Then from the Japanese things, I mostly like. I really love Minori Chihara. She has a really beautiful voice. And well, what are we doing? Oh, nothing here. Okay. And such, and then some old classics. Like my playlist wouldn't be really centered about one kind of music or one kind of band. More like a mashup of things that I listen over time to and just add slowly to the playlist.
They gon' judge me! They gon' judge me! Yeah.
Okay, so seems like our only course of action right now is to get through this person inside the hotel. Because it's also a pub, and there is probably the Piora drinking. Yeah, I can check out Mako Kituchi sometimes. Let me write it down. Oh.
You see, Father Dagon and Mother Hydra, our...
Okay, so let's try to make the speech work. And by work, I mean against him. So biggest problem?
Problem!
They are our biggest problem! And it has never been clearer that with their help, we shall never...
So I'm guessing if I anger the crowd enough, they will boo or like take him away to hang him somewhere or something, right? That's, well, you know, the classical cult stuff. So, achieve anything? We shall never achieve anything.
Achieve anything?
We shall never achieve anything! or know any other gods. Look around, brothers. Cast your eyes on the person next to you. What do you see? Well, I see a group of...
Losers!
A group of losers! Like I've never seen before. And our numbers are always rising. Make no mistake. Our endeavor is
waste of time.
Waste of time!
Our endeavor is a waste of time! Fear us! World! Take a good, hard look at us, for we shall bring, nothing but,
Nothing but... lemon cake and cotton candy?
Lemon cake and cotton candy!
lemon cake and cotton candy to your doorstep! We are, the next in
Honestly, I would go for lemon cake and cotton candy.
Alright, that got him a little riled up.
Brothers! Brothers! Wait!
Chocolate lemon cake.
I didn't mean...
Okay. Can I get you away?
Nah, enough talk. It's time for action.
Okay, so it's time for action, so let's throw a crowbar at him, right?
That's a little too radical, I'm afraid.
Okay. This guy is no fun.
Sturdy crowbar could prove very useful. There's a small engraving on it. If lost, please return to GF.
Oh, GF.
Not gonna bother this dude again.
Okay, so we need to throw something at him to agitate the crowd. Oh, let's see what's in the trash can.
I guess stinking horribly yourself negates the downsides of rummaging through trash. So, here I go.
Oh,
Got a really rotten egg. Oh yeah, squishy goodness. And, a boot. Okay.
oh, nice. If we can find another boot, we can actually have some shoes. Because if you notice, he has no shoes. His shoes were stolen. Well, not stolen. He lost one shoe when he was kidnapped, and he was offered the slippers by the cult of stars that he bears mark of their gods now, but well, he is not a slippers person, so he opted out for not wearing any shoes at all, I guess. When he was a kid and some neighbor hated another neighbor and wrote an X on his door. Yeah, the rotten eggs really smell really bad. Once I was making a scrambled eggs and there was a rotten egg, and that was, well, let's say it was an experience. opening that egg, because it didn't seem like a bad egg at all. It looked like the rest of the eggs in the package. And it was also the only rotten egg there, so just bad luck, I guess. So let's throw it. This should help crowd decide what to do.
They're a bit more excited now.
Oh, I see. Let's go with food next.
I should throw something else at this guy. That would just get it unnecessarily oily.
Oh, once you had the egg that has a blood and was leaking in the pan. Oh, that sounds horrifying, actually. Yeah. Can we find some more trash somewhere? Maybe in the car we can find something?
This thing isn't starting anytime soon. It's a wreck already.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can we go outside maybe and take some more trash? Oh! Let's see if we can get some
Everything okay up there?
materials from this guy. I have an idea.
All right then. He's got enough problems already.
Oh, I got an achievement. Compulsive Combiner. Use item on hotspots 100 times. Okay. My idea was to put something here to collect the contents from his belly.
That's enough spittle in my face for now.
Nothing really interesting. What about you?
One more isn't gonna kill me.
Oh, yeah.
He's got enough problems.
Okay. What about you?
I can just talk to him.
No.
Excuse me, brothers.
Go away. Can't you see we're talking here?
Rude.
Okay, nothing really interesting. What about the history of this guy?
They gon' judge me!
Alright, we already read that one.
I got nothing to say.
So we're still looking for something to throw. Oh, there's this place also. There's Pier, I think it's called, the place where you park your ships. Oh, let's take this fishing hook for no reason at all. And there's a Varlock pirate. The dude.
Man, I love Asenath. Man, I love her.
Evening, sir. No offense, but you don't really look like you belong here.
Oh, hey there, Padre. Yeah, no, I'm kind of visiting only.
I thought they didn't let visitors in during the festival.
Depends on who you're with, bro. My wife's a regular. We're here on our honeymoon.
Oh, interesting. The pirate can actually be Gustav something. Let's ask him about Butcher.
You know anything about a guy called the Butcher?
Butcher? Unless he's in there preparing my fish and chips. Nah, dude.
So Butcher is also one of the supernatural entities. I'm not really sure what they want. They just want, I guess, kill people.
Hey, what's with the passed out guy with the eggs?
I don't know, dude. It's sort of gross, but at the same time, it's kind of ruining my appetite. Which is cool, though, because I've been waiting on my fish and chips forever.
Yeah, he's out cold. Guess his eggs are free for the taking.
I guess so, man, if that's your kind of thing. It's cool, bro, seriously. I'm not judging.
Yeah, thanks. It means a lot.
Nice to see someone happily married.
Nice to see someone happily married.
Didn't get to experience that yourself, bro?
Me? Happily? Huh. No. But, I'm glad it worked for you.
Yeah, man, me too. You know what I love about Asenath? She's not one of those all up in your business wives, you know? She ain't about, I don't know, taking my life over.
That's nice.
Yeah, I love that she gives me my personal space.
Oh, Asenath. I remember her now. So we needed a ride from the dark town, well, the original town to here by the taxi driver, and we made a deal with him. With his cousin's wife was Asenath, I think, and we made Asenath to actually fall in love with a male actor by practicing let me see if I remember. It was voodoo, but he called it ethical voodoo, I think. Where he didn't harm anyone. He just made her fall in love with this guy. And let's finish the dialogue, and then we'll go for a quick break.
What else do you like about your wife?
She just lets me be me. That's major.
Oh, anything else?
Anything else you like about your wife?
She's not possessive. I'd hate that.
Really?
What else do you like about your wife?
She loves being herself and living my life and my time to myself.
Tell me another thing you like about her.
You know what? This conversation's getting a bit weird, and I'm too hungry for it.
Ah, right. Sorry.
I'm really... I'm sorry. I'm not really sure what the possessive woman means. Like she's overly attached, or like really jealous. Interesting choice for a honeymoon.
Interesting choice for a honeymoon.
Yeah, well, sort of a goodbye to the old way of living on her part. Asenath, I mean. Then we're totally changing our lives around.
Oh? Is she around?
She's in there, getting some fish and chips for us.
Ugh, not partial to fish myself.
Then what the heck are you here for, dude? But yeah, I ain't crazy about him either. But hey, when in Fishmouth, you know, we're splashing out into like a debauchery sort of deal while we're here. And then, we're totally changing our lives around.
I mentioned changing your lives around.
You mentioned changing your lives around.
I think so much more from this guy.
Yup, we're going vegan, baby.
Wow.
Oh, that's nice, I guess. Concerned about animal welfare and the environment, huh?
Yeah, that too, kinda. It's the in thing to be, you know? But we'll see how that goes. You never know. We might just go back to steaks afterwards.
Oh, so like when another woman's approach is just protective of her boyfriend. Yeah, I guess everyone is like that. Though, on the other hand, like, I would probably, like, if someone was really clingy to my partner, I would just try to show off that I'm with them. But like not really in some jealous way, but otherwise I would probably just trust them that they will not cheat on me. I guess you can... I'm not really sure it sounds possessive, it's like a bad trait for a person to be. Though I'm probably taking it to the extremes because I sometimes see those tweets where people are like, you talk to my boyfriend, and why are you talking to my boyfriend and stuff, like, And I don't really understand, like, if it's just probably American thing to do, but I guess in Europe we don't really care if men and women talk together too much. Like, it's normal to have men friends and women friends for both genders. Quite honest person, and I know someone possessive is also honest, and like that free space thing. Nice. Yeah, it's probably for each one. Like, I think the possessive you can take as a good trait when it's not overly possessive, and really bad trait if it's overly possessive, because then it's just like pure jealousy or like creepy way possessive, I guess. Like, if you're with someone, you need to trust them enough for them not to cheat on you, or you maybe shouldn't be with them if you don't trust them enough for that. So isn't this a bit hypocritical? I forgot what the conversation was about.
Going from vegan to meat eater? You just go from being a preachy jerk who judges everyone for what they eat to being a preachy jerk who judges everyone for what they eat. Works both ways. The beauty of symmetry, bro. Although...
Yeah?
Makes you think, you know? Sometimes I just sit and wonder, what gives us the right to kill and eat other beings? Just because they ain't human, you know? Because they can't reason like we do. So what? Doesn't take reasoning to know you don't feel like being gutted and eaten. Know what I'm saying?
That was really dark all of a sudden.
That went dark all of a sudden.
You telling me you never consider these things?
An almost lifelong diet of steaks and cold hot dogs is a hard thing to leave behind, I guess, but, yeah, you know, you sort of make an interesting point there.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely worth discussing these issues, you know? But discussing takes a lot of energy, and me, myself, I'm famished.
Oh, so he's going vegan, but he wants fish and chips? Interesting. Is fish vegan?
Alright, man. I'll let you wait for your meal in peace.
Enjoy the festival,
I guess fish can be vegan, probably, right? It's vegan and vegetarian are two different things, right? I'm not really in the loop with different diets, so I will not judge. Okay, so let's grab this excessively rotten egg.
I'm picking it up. Oh, God, I'm actually doing it.
Yeah, pick it up. Don't comment on it too much. Okay. Well, let's go for a break. Thank you all for coming. We are going to take a 2 or 3 minutes break for some refreshments, toilet if you need to, or just stretch your legs and or other muscles if you need to. And almost grew a mushroom on the leg. Yeah, let's not look at it too much, but yeah, it looks horrifying. And after we are back from the break, we will find more stuff we can throw on the cultist, and maybe some other things to do as well. And hopefully we will get to meet Peace, the girl we are looking for, as well as Mr. Olmstien, that's the author of the Necronomicon. Meanwhile, I'll be right back. Oh, this is really awkward. I actually wanted to leave you with music, but left the music channel in OBS closed, so well, I hope you didn't mind waiting in silence. And I'm back, yay. So we picked up the rotten egg. Let's not look at it. And let's see what else is here. Not really. No quick cardio. Oh. Not really sure. I was trying to loosen my throat muscles a little bit because I had a feeling they were a little bit constricted, so maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. I sound different.
He's got enough on his plate.
Okay, let's read this person's history.
Man,
Alright, that's the curse that we placed on him. He loves Azeroth. And the fish woman. I work out sometimes, yes. I don't usually have my back problems. They usually manifest only if I sleep badly. Which is interesting. I can usually do most of the workouts and not feel anything.
And don't drink like a fish again. The eggs need to be there in time for the ritual.
Oh.
I'm gonna let him get his rest.
On my workouts I usually more focused on my certain areas, I guess. Like I don't really do high intensity workouts or like something that places a lot of stress on your body. More of the strength trainings or this like slow repetitions, I guess I can say.
Hey up there.
Gustav.
Oh, hello Gustav. Can you...
Hey up there.
Gustav.
Oh, well, what's his history?
Gustav!
Poor person. What is boot?
I've picked up this ragged old boot for some reason. Gustav doesn't approve.
Okay, so it's not his booth. Hasfit and Polyjuice channels for easy workouts. Oh, I will check them out.
We're full.
Later.
Go somewhere else. Stop pushing. We're full. Go somewhere else. Stop pushing.
Oh. Yeah, I guess they are pretty full and the sky is sticking out of the window. They are really easy to follow and flexible for everyone. In the past I tried to work out with a site called Fitness Blender, but they didn't really work for me because they are pretty fit, both of them. It's the man and woman, and I felt like most of their workouts really put pressure on your kneecaps, which you try to avoid. So
I don't think I want to.
yeah, you want to, come on.
I don't think I...
Okay, now. Can we like...
He's got enough on his...
No, okay.
He's got enough on his plate.
Okay. I was thinking about curious stuff I can do with the butt crack, but no, okay. Okay, there's a floating cultist. What's his history?
Stand guard and watch them take to the water. Yah! Yah!
Yeah.
Father Dagon, take them in his arms.
Can we talk to him?
I'm leaving him alone.
Why? Is the tentacles from the mouth, or...?
Yeah, he's hooked already. I don't really want to sink him.
I do. Oh, but this person.
Don't want nothing to do with him.
You ain't ready for the water yet, Eustace.
Anything else we can get off? Oh, Devil's Reef.
That's where it all begun. That cursed place of all wickedness where the deep water starts. Gate of hell. She'll drop down to a bottom no solid line can tick.
I ain't swimming there.
Why? Also, the water looks kind of strange. Oh, there's green in it. So there are purple cultists, there are green cultists. Oh, they're behind, but there are green cultists here, and I saw brown or grey cultists here. Well, they're not our objective, so who cares? So let's throw another egg at the Doomsayer. Maybe these losers will finally flip out and attack him.
Getting there.
Okay, so one more egg probably. Or one more something rotten. Joey, do you have something rotten on you?
So you're not into all the festival stuff, are you, Joey?
Gah. I can't stand all these creeps and creepettes swarming around town. This place is horrible enough as is. We don't need extra wackos.
Is there, I know it sounds dumb, but is there fishy stuff going on in your family?
Nah. I mean, I see what you're getting at, but some of these people are just, you know, ugly, I guess. It's not a mutation or anything, I don't think. Well, you get really used to them when you see them walking around every day.
I see.
Okay.
I'll catch...
See you, Don.
Okay, so what else can we find? Nothing here, probably.
Nah, enough talk. It's time for action.
Maybe it's time for a boat?
I should throw something else at this guy.
No. Where can we find more rotten stuff? I'm still thinking about the vomiting guy on the balcony, though. What about you, Pesk? Do you have something?
I'll be back with Piavra real soon.
Yeah, good luck finding that drunk piece of garbage.
Yeah, that, drunk Piavra.
Yeah, forget about it.
Trying not to. See ya.
Okay, so nothing here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the...
Getting it all oily will achieve nothing. No need to oil up the crowbar.
Soil puddle is really curious for me. Let's see cultists vomiting down. And I wanted to catch it into the
He's got enough problems
into
already.
the boot, but probably not the way. Oh, we can leave this way. Alright, so is there something we can throw? Maybe we'll find something in this barrel.
I've got a rotten egg. Well, I can't smell it anyway. I guess I'll keep it. And a name tag. Randolph.
Oh.
It belonged to a Randolph. I have no idea why I picked this up.
Can we read the sales tinkle
I'm
list?
pretty sure I would regret doing that. Really, really not interested in what he has to say.
Oh, I'm kind of interested in the fish. Okay. Oh, it does.
Greetings, brother and sister.
Hello and welcome to the festival, fellow believer. Forget all your worries and praise Dagon. Might I compliment you on your smell, brother?
Oh, thanks.
Just a curiosity. Is it the socks?
Yeah, okay. It's the socks.
That's what I thought. Enjoy the festival.
Oh, don't be sorry for that. Like, I'm really happy that you chose my stream as a background noise. And yeah, the knees and the joints in general are really important to protect because they will not repair themselves. Also, these cultists have a really interesting meeting sign. Look carefully.
Got no time to chit chat. Got a goddamn streets. Have fun
The
now,
fist
you hear?
and the rock out sign.
Got no time to chit chat. Got a goddamn streets. Have fun now, you hear?
Alright, so this is the third act. As they say, third time is the charm, so... yay! The Doomsayer is gone and we can proceed. So once again, we are looking for two people. Peace, the leader or co-leader of a mysterious cult that can maybe help us, and Beover, a drunk who will help us get into the abandoned factory, although I'm not really sure why we want to go to the abandoned factory in the first place.
Is that crazy guy outside gone, friend?
Yeah, he's gone. I made sure of that.
Whew. Well, I guess thanks are in order. Forgive me if I sound reluctant. I've just come to trust you cultists less lately.
You question believers, you question Father Dagon.
You question the believers. You question Father Dagon.
Oh, spare me, Zealot. Wasn't that long ago one of you socked me square in the mouth, no warning?
Well, let's not generalize. Us cultists are a diverse and heterogeneous community. Either way, yeah, no respect for little businesses. That's a sad reality.
Yeah, not to mention the big franchises moving in and cannibalizing us little guys.
Right. Cannibalism. Ugh.
I mean, I'm just trying to eat here, you know?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, what can I do you for, friend?
Sorry, I was taking a sip of water. Yeah, this guy has a thing about cannibalism. We don't have any proof, but we suspect he invited some of his guests for dinner, I guess you can say. Any free rooms?
Are there any rooms available?
I filled the capacity.
You don't seem happy about that.
Well, let's just say business ain't been as satiating as it could be.
So, you're full, but not really, huh?
Yeah, that's a good way to be putting it, to be sure.
Yeah. So, thoughts on the festival, because this is probably moving conversation forward.
What are your thoughts on the festival?
To tell you the truth, it's kind of a disappointment so far. Scrawny cultists, most of them, and always roaming the streets and don't seem to ever go to sleep in their rooms like they supposed to.
I mean, it's a festival. People hardly sleep during these things.
Oh, they don't, do they?
Did a guy named Piavra happen to drop by your fine establishment?
No offense, brother, but I'm smart enough to know I ain't supposed to be saying who's who and who ain't who, especially in these tense times, you know?
Oh, I completely understand, and I appreciate the honesty. I wouldn't call the atmosphere tense exactly, more like completely insane.
You're just too trustworthy for me to keep my guard up, ain't you? Yeah, that's Piavra passed out in the armchair over there. I meant the ugly rumors about the meal. Strange. Oh, never mind. Just my big mouth getting me in trouble again.
The meal. So the meal is some kind of offering to the Dagon. And I think it's alive and actually attacking the cultists right now.
The meal, huh? Yeah, I keep hearing trouble's afoot.
Trouble? Huh? Aaron knew that psycho butcher was trouble from the get-go. But oh no, elders know best. Too much talk of double-crossing down the abandoned factory the last few hours, you know what I'm saying?
Where there's smoke, there's fire, huh?
Daggone forgive me for talking out of school, but if that good-for-nothing meat cobbler really denies the dreamer his meal, well, there just ain't no point to nothing anymore.
Wouldn't want the dreamer to go hungry, would we?
Not after all the blood, sweat, and tears went into raising that thing. Cthulhu for target.
Tell me something about the dreamer.
The dreamer?
Brother, you's trustworthy and all, and I like you on a personal level, but this thing's too big for us to be yapping about.
Yeah, makes sense. Sorry for insisting.
For talking.
Yeah, Vtagan. What do you do?
I'll be on my way.
Okay, so we can't go upstairs. I kind of want to explore upstairs, but okay. Well, since we can now read history, let's read his history.
I'm frankly afraid to.
The pussy.
So much meat, so little time.
Empty glass. We can probably take it. No history to it, I guess.
Come to pop a little glass.
Grandfather. Oh, I have an idea for the glass.
Bernard.
What?
This is all your fault, Bernard.
How's Bernard?
It doesn't work, and I have no time to look into it.
Okay. Oh, that was a pun, probably. Okay, what's the history of Piovra?
One more, damn it!
Yeah, at least it's not vomiting like the other guy.
It seems Chief Piovra's leathery outfit is stuck to the armchair.
Oh. Well, let's pry him out.
I think the chief's outfit could use some lubrication first.
Oh, okay. Well, let's make him all looped up first.
Got myself a glass of oil. Neat. Right. That seems to have loosened the armchair's grip on Piovra's rotund frame.
Okay. My idea for the glass was a little bit different. I still want to do something with the vomit. But, okay.
Sure, I can pop him out, but how do I carry him?
Oh, okay. Well, maybe Joey can lend us her wheelbarrow.
Joey, you think I could borrow that wheelbarrow for a minute?
Oh man, I would, but I'd really avoid getting on my dad's nerves right now. You know, I want to get a tattoo or a piercing soon. Something to express myself, right? And he's like so against it. Like all he knows and cares about is fishing stuff. Says, I'm gonna be a fisherman just like he is.
Right, I gotcha. Let me think for a minute. Hey, Joey, what if you somehow got to express yourself and keep your dad happy too?
How would I do that?
I have this name tag, so let's go for the nonsensical stuff because the fishhook is probably the correct answer.
I have this name tag.
Yeah?
Never mind, bad idea.
Oh, boot?
I've got this boot.
Uh-huh.
Nah, forget it. I have this crowbar. What do you think?
Man, that is a sick crowbar you got there.
Right? Pretty sweet, huh?
Like totes. So how's that gonna help me?
Actually, it's not.
Bummer, dude.
Oh, well, it was a pretty sick crowbar.
I have this fish hook. Think about it. Fish hook lip piercing. Your dad can't hate on that. It just screams fisherman. What do you say?
That is so gnarly, dude. Awesome.
Whew, all right then. You think I could get that wheelbarrow for a couple of minutes?
Sure, dude. Knock yourself out. Man, this is gonna look so sick. Woot woot.
Yeah. Maybe clean it a bit before sticking it in your lip. I don't think it's entirely sanitary as is.
Uh-huh. Thanks, Don.
Sure thing. Hey, before I go.
What is the meal here?
What do you know about the meal?
Look, man, I shouldn't either know or be telling you this, but a lot of the fish that my dad and most fishermen in town catch go straight into the meal.
The fish or the meal?
No, you square. The meal is what they've been raising over in Kraken Bay. Duh.
Oh. So, what is it?
Don't know, don't care, and I wouldn't look too closely into it if I were you. Just saying.
Yeah, tell me something more about the butcher.
You ever heard of someone called the Butcher?
Who hasn't? But officially, I have no idea what you're talking about. There's a lot of whispers of betrayal and all kinds of crazy stuff, and everybody in the EOD's a lot more on edge than usual, but none of them are right in the head, so who knows, really.
Yeah, this place is crazy, no doubt.
If for those who are wondering, EOD means Esoteric Order of Dagon. The cult that is, that taken over this town.
Do you know anything about the Dreamer?
Oh, man, don't say that out loud. They don't like that. Well, paradoxically, they speak his name out loud all the time, but geez, careful.
You mean Dagon?
Bigger than Dagon, Broham. Much bigger. Anyway, it's just a dumb delusion like everything else the Order worships. But it keeps them popping business, so, you know.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Later, Joey. Don't blow my cover, alright?
Watch your back, Donnie boy.
So let's pop him out.
Time to pop a cultist out of an armchair. Well, here we are in the presence of Chief Piavra.
Porca vaca. But hard to tell how present he really is, but it's him all right. Ain't no discussion about that. All right, right ahead. And Pescatori?
Yeah?
Well, I'm convinced he's long gone. But if by some dark miracle you do get a hold of him, show him what the EOD does to traders. Ooh, show him good.
You betcha. See you later, Pesce.
Let him through, boys. Cthulhu for Targan.
All right, I was in. A cold, bluish-green light revealed parts of rusty machinery here and there. Everything else was drowned in inky black. Probably as black as the butcher's deeds, but that remained to be seen. I was in. Just one regret. I'll never know who Randolph really was.
Huh? Oh, god damn it. Well, that's really unfortunate. I fought the Randolph. Yeah. I thought the Randolph keys for later. So, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, it wasn't optional. Fine, we actually found it intentionally. So, well, it wasn't optional in sense we could have avoided finding it because we needed to find it with a rotten egg. So there's that. Also, Boot is missing as well. You missed a bunch of stuff. God damn it.
Ugh, the lid's all stuck with some disgusting crud.
Well, I'm not reloading, but I will definitely look at those things later.
Can't reach it.
Don't forget to put that power tool back up once you're done with it, D.
So what's here? There's an engine. Nothing. Admission valve. Can we just play around
Can't
with
use it by
things?
itself. You gas up that huge engine through this. It's the lever what puts the huge engine in motion.
Okay, let's pull the lever. Like, what can go wrong from pushing random buttons and pulling random levers, right?
Nothing happened. I think it needs fuel.
Okay. Well, maybe you can open this container by
Let's
crowbar.
pop this baby open.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, got myself a power tool.
Oh. Power tool is a screwdriver.
I can unscrew and put holes in things. It's a keeper.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so can we open the hatch with this?
Nah, can't reach it.
Okay. Well then. Can we put holes in the engine?
Can't reach it. Probably wouldn't help even if I could.
No? What else is here? Can we like leave maybe? Well. It would probably help if there was a light here to see.
Lock it! Lock it! Leave the sheriff!
Oh. Where's the door?
Locked from the inside.
Mm-hmm. Fine. What else? Can we use
Wouldn't know where to start.
no, crowbar maybe?
No way I'm opening that with a crowbar.
Okay. So we need a way to reach this hatch and also something to Put inside the submission
No need to
wall.
mess with it. No need to mess with. It's a hatch in this thing, but it's dark as night inside.
Yeah, let's
No resonance.
let's read some history of things. Maybe we can figure out something by that. No. Let's go upstairs again. Maybe we missed something. Oh.
Freeze, you ugly cultist!
I'm moving. Oh, right. This is a nice answer.
Isn't that assuming a bit too much given how dark it is in here?
Don't push your luck when there's an angry little kid pointing a hand cannon at you.
It's Priscilla.
See, now that is concerning. I don't know that I want to live in a society where an innocent child can easily get her hands on a...
Would you like for mice to really appreciate you?
What?
Unless you really do, don't make me turn you into Swiss cheese!
Okay, froze.
Okay, I froze. But, I'm somehow a little warm at the same time, too.
Ew!
Hey, you really startled me. I'm not moving.
Good.
Okay, now what?
Now you get to explain just what you're creeping around in the dark here for, cultist.
I'm really not a cultist. Honest.
Okay, let me see here. Cultist robes? Check. Lurking around in an abandoned factory? Check.
I'm a private investigator in deep cover.
That's not the only thing you're deep in, creep. What are you up to here? Don't lie. I can tell.
I'm flooring inspector.
I'm a flooring inspector. Don't you know how hazardous even just standing here is?
So this is standard inspector attire?
No, but they won't let me in without it.
Put it back on the shelf and step away from the shopping cart, because I'm not buying that.
I'll see ya.
Well, see ya.
What do you think you're doing?
Opting out of this dialogue?
Oh, now I got you in my sights, you don't.
Oh, okay. It just worked every time before.
First time for everything, cultist.
Well then, let's see if we can get something else off the bell. See ya.
Well, see ya.
What do you think you're doing?
Opting out of this dialogue?
Oh, now I got you in my sights, you don't. First time.
Okay, same thing. So, let's say this because
Someone said a kid got lost in this abandoned factory, so here I am, your savior.
Look, I'm not firing any warning shots because the noise will alert your buddies. So rely on me making all my bullets count.
Read that loud and clear. I'm investigating. I'm looking for, well, at this point, I might call him a criminal mastermind, really. The Butcher.
And how do I know you're not one of his henchmen, trying to lie your way out?
Oof, can't think of anything, really. There's just been so much going on lately, it's hard to wrap my head around everything. Let alone explain myself to a kid with a huge gun pointing at my noggin.
I've got time.
To make an extremely long and convoluted story short, I'm helping a friend unhumanize his cat, I think. Turns out, when they can talk, they're real grouches. So, I'm trying to find out.
Wait, what's this friend's name?
Buzz.
Oh, we'll talk about a coincidence. Is he a librarian?
Only librarian I know what's got a talking cat, yeah. Wait, you're not shooting me now, are you? Whatever way they wronged you, I had nothing to do with it. Kid, it can be a real...
They actually got Mr. Gillsby back for me. I hate to say it, but they're kind of alright in my book. I mean, I hate them less than you cultists.
Oh. Anyways, the thing we did after reading Necronomicon is the buzzes get started talking. I'm not really sure why we're looking for the Butcher. But okay.
Wait,
If you were mostly looking for
Yeah, we swapped all the
a way to undo
back in
talking
Dark.
thingy.
Well, that sounds perfectly normal.
Unlike what you are doing to the fishies, you bad people!
Kidda eats fish. You hate her too?
Well, she can't help it, you dum-dum, can she? She's a carnivore. That's natural. What you are doing is not.
True enough, she's just a cat. And you're just a kid. I don't pretend to understand anything about you kids. But I do know that at your age, you should be playing with dolls, not handling firearms. Come on, just hand it over.
He still took commentary. But you are not getting this gun, so step off, Grandpa.
Oh, not you two. I'm really not that old.
You are old, and you stink like dead rotten fishies. Fishies you probably murdered with your stinky murdering hands.
Actually, they were already dead, and they rained down on me like ironic, putrid offerings of the heavens.
I can't tell if I'm more bored or annoyed with you at this point.
I don't even like fish. I mean, I don't like eating them. I've got nothing against them.
So then why are you killing so many of them?
Again, not a cultist. But it might have something to do with whatever the butcher was working on in this very building.
Yeah, well, we'll shed some light on that situation soon enough.
Let's say we are not the cultist again.
I'm really not a cultist. My name's Don. Don Archetype.
Don doesn't sound like what a cultist name would be. I figured they'd all have names like...
Oliver.
Oliver?
Maybe like a really sad one, and they preyed on his weakness when they recruited him.
Do you believe I'm not a cultist now?
Not entirely. You'd better actually prove it.
All right, I'm game, I guess. What are you thinking?
If you're really here for the reasons you say you are, we're both looking for the same thing. The Butcher's Laboratory. Chop chop! I'll be supervising from up here.
Sounds like a plan. Miss...
Priscilla.
Are you sure?
I'm sure! Get to it!
Oh, I like her. So the Priscilla is a girl we met in the first chapter of the game. She's clearly aware there's a fourth wall to be broken. And she moved to the fish farm with her parents. I'm not really sure why she's here though. Hey, what happens here?
It ain't working.
At least we have lights here now. You can look at her.
Locked from the inside. That's one impressive, gigantic door. I don't see myself forcing this one open. That's one...
Oh, discontinuity.
Strange. There's a discontinuity in the pattern here.
I'm not really sure what that means.
There's something here I need to take a closer look at.
I'll be got to the factory.
Cover it well!
I know Kung Fu. Aha! It's a heavy
Alright,
sliding door.
we found the drunken Piotr, Ryova, something like that. The cultist person that the guards of the factory were looking for. We spilled some oil onto him and threw him into the wheelbarrow. Then brought him to the cultists to see that we are in company of him, and they let us in.
It's riveted shut. Dang it.
Keep them well refrigerated, he said. More liquid nitrogen.
And now we met our friend Priscilla. She has a gun. And she's forcing us to figure out this puzzle on our own.
Maybe not on the door itself.
Very bets, okay. Well, let's unscrew this door. And out of the way.
Thank God for technology.
Okay, I was hoping the door will fall out this way. I don't really want to go inside here because it's probably a refrigerator by what the history mark of the said on the door, and there is probably a fish inside.
I stepped inside and felt my teeth instantly chatter. This was some kind of cryo room, and I didn't bring thicker underwear. Nothing to report yet. It's that kid, Priscilla. She's a tough cookie, I'll tell you that. Not doing that.
Okay. Let's read the history of the smart machine.
I'm telling you, one got away.
One got away. Interesting. And what?
Huh. One's missing.
Oh. So those were head? What the hell?
A jolly good day to you, sir and young miss, if day it indeed be. You will forgive my disorientation, I trust. I've been holed up in here for quite a while. I suppose thanks are in order for opening that blasted door. Truly appreciate it.
No offense, but who are you?
No offense, but, who or, what are you?
Oh, do forgive my rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm quite sure that my name is Otis, but I'm afraid much of my biography is as much a question mark to myself as it is to you. I'm not wrong in surmising that this is the first time you're engaging in conversation with a human-octopus hybrid, correct?
Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words here.
Don't worry, Mr. Octopus Person. I like you. You're kind of a fishy, so you're okay.
Haha, well, yes, young miss. I assume I am. Aren't I? Please, call me Otis.
Nice to meet you, Otis. I'm Priscilla, and this guy over here is Don. He's a private detective.
Yes, she believes me. But anyway.
What can you remember?
What can you remember, Otis?
I do remember my name was Otis, and I died. I'm afraid I can't remember the circumstances. I did wake up at the hands of these persons that were operating on me. Strange sensation, to be sure, but I was alive again. Quite a blessing, sir, I assure you.
I like him. He looks kinda huggable. He's cute in his own way, I guess. Did you see Butcher?
Did you see the butcher?
Yeah, did you?
I'm afraid I don't know what butcher you speak of. Well, everything's a bit foggy, you understand. All I can remember are masked men rushing about with all kinds of strange instruments. Their speech was muffled, so it was pretty hard to make anything out, I'm afraid.
Dang it.
I do remember them referring to me as a dry, if that helps at all.
Oh.
Dry. Any idea what that means?
One can only assume it has some negative implications, but that's pure speculation on my part.
Do you know where the laboratory is?
Yes, I do. You don't want to go in there, do you? Indeed, we're chatting away when we should be getting out of here at this very instant.
No one's going anywhere until we reach the lab.
Oh dear, I must be frank with you, young miss. I intend to leave the premises as soon as possible and suggest you do the same.
Come on, Otis, work with us. You ain't gotta go back in there, just help us get in.
Oh, heavens. Well, all right. I suppose I owe you a debt of gratitude. The laboratory is right outside this chamber, and to the right.
Okay. Outside and to the right. still locked the door. Okay, so what else is here? Tube of Ricklet? Nothing. I was kind of curious what's inside there. Well, maybe we can just look at it and
There's a blue
determine
liquid
it.
inside this tube. Liquid nitrogen, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Probably keeping this machine's contents refrigerated. Nah, can't reach it.
Okay, can we like throw crowbar at it?
I don't think I need to do that. Some kind of strange display with cycling buttons on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
It says Hudsurus above, whatever that might mean. There's a soft hum emanating from it, so I assume it's functioning.
Okay. Ice cubes.
That's real cool.
Ha ha ha.
Staying frosty. They're just chilling. They're giving me the cold shoulder, as much as cubes have shoulders. I guess they probably have 4 shoulders if you think about it. No way I'm touching that. This was water before it was cool.
Yeah. Ice cubes. It was water before it was cool.
I should cool it with these puns.
Okay. We're out. Oh, liquid nitrogen spray. I do have an idea what to do with this. There's the junk.
It's just junk. I don't need any of it.
Hurry, hurry, hurry!
Oh, a gas canister.
Hey, it's a gas canister.
Canister to it?
Just throw it in there! Let's go, let's go!
Oh, they were in a hurry for something. Let's take it with us.
Come to Papa, sweet gasoline.
Oh, that kind of gas canister. Yeah, why do you call it gas when it's liquid?
This thing is filled with gasoline.
Like, talk about confusing. Well, let's take a quick break. I will stretch. Well, I can just stretch right now, but don't forget to hydrate and stretch once in a while. And afterwards we will put the gasoline. Yeah, it's a strange name when you think about it. Into the engine, and we'll see what happens when we pull those levers. One is here, one is here. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hope you didn't miss me too much and didn't wait too long. Yeah, those buns really hurt, and also I'm really envious, because of people that can make buns. 'Cause I would also love to know how to do that, but it never really come to me. That I can put those two words together or some combination of words, and it's actually funny and really hurtful. Really hurts to hear it.
There you go.
Well, maybe one day I will learn. Are dead jokes as well? Dead jokes are also hard for me.
Got the engine to run. At least now, any loud noises would be covered by the engine's humming.
So let's pull this and see what it does. So we have hanging machine tube.
Severely out of range.
Oh, I have an idea. Can we pull this lever again? No. This one also not. Okay, too bad. So my idea was that I would pull the lever on engine, turn it off, then pull this up, turn engine on again, and lower it more. But I guess no. Oh, God damn it. So I guess we will just read history of the tube and see if we can somehow swing it into the door. Nothing. Because we need to go through here, but it's locked.
Locked from the inside.
There's some kind of laboratory behind it.
Rocket! Leave the shot!
I'm gonna call it Alice.
Okay, let's call it Alice.
Because it's in chains.
I didn't really get that reference.
I'm not a complete square, you know. But seriously, looks like it could somehow be of use.
Okay, so we have liquid nitrogen spray.
Yeah.
Can we maybe spray it on the hatch here and open it? Where are you going? Okay, take this nitrogen spray and spray it on the hatch.
No. I won't freeze that.
Okay, can we look inside?
Can't reach it. This means there's gotta be some way to get inside it, whatever it is.
Can we use power tool on the hatch?
Nah, can't reach it.
No?
Huge engine. From what I can make out, it seems to power the suspension mechanism above.
There's something here, I saw it. No? Can we get something out of you too?
Hey kid, I think I thought of a way to get us past those huge doors, but I need you to trust me, okay?
What do you mean?
I'm gonna need that gun of yours.
Fine, I trust you. Do not let me down.
That's a promise, Priscilla. Nothing to report. I don't think I'm giving this back. I'll get back to you, Otis.
As you wish, dear sir.
Not sure I want to do that.
Yeah, let's read.
Not doing that.
Okay. I was kind of curious about the Otis and Priscilla's pasts, but okay. Oh, they must have moved outside. Okay, can we talk now? Maybe something new?
Otis, the door's locked. Any idea how to get in?
I'm afraid I do not.
Oh, I do have an idea. I have a strange feeling we're missing a lot of stuff if we open the door, so let's try.
It's a little radical and way too loud. Nah.
Okay. Well, we should probably shoot this thing and it will swing into the door, right?
It's been a while, but here goes.
Or it will fall down, one of those.
I got rid of the glass above the door to the lab. Seeing as you're the only one with suction cups, think you could do us a solid and get inside the lab through there?
Oh dear, I suppose I can. To be perfectly honest, I'm shaking in my non-existent boots just at the thought of going back in there.
Come on, you can do it, Otis.
Yeah, you go, Otis.
I appreciate your support, dear friends. All right, here I go.
Okay.
Oh dear! Oh Lord! Oh, it's all coming back now! The pits! The horrible pits! The non-dries! Their horrible gnashing and gnawing and... Oh, this is too much to bear! Oh God, what is that? Oh! Oh, what do you know? It's a coin! Oh, and of course, no pockets to put it in. Great! Oh God, the abominations! Focus, Otis, focus! All right, it's open.
Wow. Thanks, Otis. You were incredibly brave.
Yes, could I please go now? There are horrible things in there, and I don't wish to spend another second in their vicinity.
Where are you headed to, Otis?
Oh, it appears I really have no place to go, do I?
Yeah, I thought that might be the case. Look, here's my office back in Darkham. The key's under the doormat. Make yourself at home until you, think things through, all right?
How exactly is he going to make it there without attracting attention?
You're right. Hey, I have an idea. Priscilla, you should mail him to my address. You know, like a pet or something.
But I want to see the laboratory and save the fishies.
What's this sort of fishy?
You said it yourself. Otis is sort of a fishy, and he needs your help. Once you mail him, you can come back and we'll explore together. What do you say?
I guess you're right. But don't explore too much without me, you hear?
You can count on me, partner.
Don't get ahead of yourself. See ya!
Many thanks again. All the best. Oh, it's jolly good to get a second chance, isn't it? So many opportunities.
Like?
Let's see here. Why, I could be on telly, my dear. The one true talking head out there.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
See, little one, always keep a positive outlook. Ew, ow. Just a second. Stepped in some oily thing here. Ew. Well, I guess it's slithered, actually, isn't it?
You're funny, Otis.
Well, that was surreal. All right, let's see what secrets this place holds.
Well, before that... At the abandoned factory, Butcher's in here, I will find him. And the case is by far craziest I've ever worked on, no contest. Just met Otis, human octopus hybrid, he says the door is locked. Okay, nothing interesting. Are saying us that we should do. Anything else? Okay, we still have all our inventory, so we didn't screw up again. Well, let's the history of this button?
Press this button's worm, and we all die.
Okay, let's not press it yet.
Don't touch unless one escapes, worms. It's stuck.
Well, what's stuck can be unstuck by crowbar.
K-Type's got leverage.
Oh, control panel.
It seems to control some kind of security apparatus. Probably put in place in case...
Oops.
It seems to control... Probably put in place in case one of those creatures escapes.
Oh, like all this, right?
Looks like a view of this room from above. There's a cage hanging overhead. Huh. So the button opens both the door and the monster's pits. Devious. That's one monstrosity secured, and all the rest of them loose.
Oh, let's hope we didn't do anything too bad.
That's one monstrosity secured, and all the rest of them loose.
Oh.
Don't touch unless one escapes, worms.
Okay, let's close this because I don't want any monstrosities to escape.
That's all the creeps loose, but at least I'm safe once I press this button.
I see.
I don't see a better option.
I was just kind of playing around, but you know. Can we look inside the pit?
It's a dark, deep pit, but down there I can just make out something wrong, squirming around. Glimpses of eyes, teeth, and tentacles coming in and out of the darkness. Man, am I happy for that grate.
Well, what kind of history the pit has? Seems friendly enough.
No.
Yes. But no. Oh, there's another pit. Okay, what do we say about this one?
Another pit. Another unseen creature writhing at the bottom. The stuff that nightmares are made of. Terrifying.
Really?
No.
The screeching sounds like a pig's.
Its only feature is a big red button. Press this button's worm, and we all die.
Okay, well, let's die, I guess. What are those things that will escape? Maybe we shouldn't have pressed the button. So if you're curious about some abominations, take a look. If you are not, close your eyes.
No time for that.
Really? I'm pretty sure we have all the time in the world. We are stuck in the cage in the middle of some crazy Lovecraftian abominations.
I don't know what that is, but it wants me dead.
Really? Maybe it just wants to hug.
I ain't touching it.
Well, let's spray it with nitrogen. Yeah, this is pretty obvious. I wonder if you sprayed liquid nitrogen. Nitrogen something, it was probably pretty gruesome.
I hate to admit it, but I was shaken. Experiments or not, scientific reality or abhorrent supernatural nightmare, these horrible blobs of flesh, limb, and rot existed. I could still smell their indescribable presence, even though they were all gone. God
Yeah,
knows
that would
where.
probably
It
cause
really takes a lot to shake me, but
high degree
I
burns.
was shaken.
So before we go, there's a piece of wood. Let's take it in case we meet some vampires. And some pebbles.
Yeah, I might need these.
Really?
Doesn't do nothing.
Yeah, I thought so. Anything else we can take out of this room? No, so let's go.
I was inside the butcher's inner sanctum, and I'd expected this place to be lousy with guts and gore and parts and pieces, but this wasn't that. This was, well, colorful. Colorful in a way that makes a Joe uneasy, and it set me to wondering what this guy had for triangles. So many triangles.
Oh. Yeah, true, there's a lot of triangles. I would be happier if this was slightly more lit.
No. Who knows what this stuff actually is? I've noticed these dust mounds everywhere around here. What the heck are these things? This stuff looks similar to the stuff in Flamel's place.
Huddle! Huddle together, lovelies!
What?
What? There's other, so let's see.
I've noticed these dust mounds everywhere around here.
Is the same text?
What the heck are these things?
Flamel
This stuff
office.
looks similar to the stuff in Flamel's place.
The Flamel is the inventor of Philosopher's Stone, the legendary alchemist.
Huddle! Huddle together, lovelies!
What?
And also he has some information about Necronomicon, although we haven't met him. We met only the well, we met nobody. We were to his office or staff. I'm not sure if it was his office, just like maybe some place where he was staying. Also, just now I heard some sounds, just really slight, but in the background. But let's lead in a history of everything
This
here.
won't hurt a bit, little worm. I'm not touching them.
Okay. Machinery.
Just break it off, little fly.
Break it off? Break what off?
It's an uneducated guess, but judging by the number of cables coming out of this thing, it might be what powers everything in here.
Okay.
I want to operate it so bad.
So let's operate it.
I'd love to, but I see no apparent way of turning it on.
Okay. What about these instruments? Let's look with eyes, not just marks.
Of all the things in here, those alone seem to justify this nutter's nickname.
Is such some kind of
They look
torture or
pretty
battering
disturbing.
instruments?
And triangular, most of them. No apparent sign of use, but could be he just cleaned them real well.
I wonder if butcher is sexual. There were those voices again. I wonder if butcher is actually a real entity, like.
Right. Point right.
It isn't powered.
Like Cthulhu is or
Some
the.
kind of control panel. Looks embedded in this area of the wall, along with the
Or
shelves.
some other old gods. I mean like we have it in the Earth lore written as well.
I
Not
want
just
to
in game
operate
lore.
it so bad.
Okay, let's see the desk. Maybe we can push some buttons.
As tempting as it is, I'll pass.
Oh come on, don't be
Tempting
scared.
as it is, I'll pass.
Sit into the chair and push buttons.
Worms. Worms. Flies.
Okay, what about this thing?
No idea how to use this.
Do as father tells you, little one.
A strange device.
A lot of triangles are
Seems to be out of power.
geometric shapes in general. Okay, so we need to power all this up somehow. What about the left control panel?
Left. Point left.
Central control panel. Can we control?
Damn, no power.
Okay.
Worms and flies.
Oh, some papers. Can we take them? Finally something. MCHK. And yeah, this totally makes sense now. So if you look at this writing here, it will all fit together. Anyways, there's something here. There's like tentacles. Tentacle monster. No resonance from the papers, so no history of them. What about the desk?
Worms.
Alright, we already read the desk before, so there must be a way to power this whole thing up on let's just see.
Just break it off, little fly.
Oh, there's the machinery and the openings.
Just break it off.
Okay, it's the same thing. But maybe we can stick something through the openings. Like a hand, maybe? Arm?
How much is clear?
A crowbar?
Nah, not the right size or shape.
Piece of wood?
Doesn't fit.
Pebbles.
I don't want to block the openings.
Okay. Power tool is always an option.
Wouldn't help.
Oh. Okay. Can we like use this and spread them?
Absurd.
No? Okay. I wanted to know if there's something underneath those things, but okay. Well, we can go outside, but I'm not sure we will find anything use. Actually, we will. Can we go outside? No? No. Alright then. That means we should need those pebbles and stick, maybe?
No.
Okay, let's go in. Okay, so we need to power this up. Oh, there's some paintings as well.
It's a stylized painting of a human head. It's pretty generic looking. I doubt it represents anyone in particular.
My contribution.
I don't feel good about this. No apparent way of directly interacting with it.
Okay, what's the central painting about?
I stared at the kraken head, and it seemed to stare back at me with its blood-red eyes. A little unsettling, I had to silently say to myself.
Oh, there's some books.
They're no use to me.
Oh, god damn it.
These are not for you.
Really? Well, I'm more
An
interested
assortment
now.
of books, but they're all written in what's either an alphabet unknown to me or code.
More books?
They're no use to me.
Okay.
These are not for you.
These are not for me. What else we can tell about
Veins
Kraken?
ran all over the hideous head, seeming to pulsate right under the skin, despite the fact that this was just a painting.
Alright.
I don't think I'd hang this thing above my work desk, no matter the circumstances.
And you shall breathe true life.
Who? True life? Was it dead to begin with?
Well, good. Let's hope it will stay that. Left wing painting?
A painting of a wing. Stylistically, very similar to the central piece.
Sorry, there was some real life intermission, but we are back.
Reminded me of the ones what disappeared from underneath Vlad's castle back in Transylvania.
Okay, we still need to power this up. Oh, also handle. How convenient. Well, maybe we can stick it inside the opening. Oh.
A couple of vertical openings. Something's missing here.
Vertical, so... top down. Oh, this?
Yeah, this fits. But if this is a power generator, it might make for a shocking experience.
Can I stick a...
I don't see an opening to stick it into.
Can we... Yeah, make a...
I've put a nice round hole in it.
And a piece of wood to the handle? Yeah, perfect.
Alright, got myself a shock-free switch.
Yay. Much better.
Yes! Power's back on.
Nice, we can explore now.
No idea how to use this.
Oh, there's triangle button. How hard can it be? Like there's only one button on this. Oh well. What about desk?
As tempting as it is, I'll pass.
Ah, goddammit. Okay. What about these? Well, I'll just go with this left point left, right point right. Right? Oh. Oh, interesting. Fine then. So we need... So we need some symbols. Okay, back to the papers. Now, do you see anything? I think there's an underline here. Though that might not mean anything, but let's try. So it's M, a bow, H, and a trident. So an M. There's no M. Or is there? No, I don't see any M's. Did I read the papers wrong? No, this is clearly an M. Any other clues? Like I refuse to believe this is not a... There's no clue in these papers. Okay, so there's an X on the display. Maybe there's this screw. Now there's a crowbar with arrow and the face. And 2 hooks. Or an ass. Okay, let's try X. Is there an X? There's no X as well.
Bring the world to its knees.
Do as father tells you, little one.
Anything else we can glean some information from?
Left! Point left!
Okay, so this point's
Some
left.
kind of control panel. Looks embedded in this area of the wall, along with the shelves. I want to operate it so bad.
Okay, let's try this one. Okay, no response from papers, but also no info. But let's say that we skip the M and just take bow, H, and trident, and try to input it into the left side because we are clearly missing. So we are looking for bow. An H and a trident. Is there a trident here? Okay. Nothing. Okay, let's do the same on the right. So what was it? Bow, H, and trident. No? MCHK. Oh. Yeah, this certainly means something. MCHK. Let's put MHK, CHK. And wow. Maybe it's them? No? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, C. Okay, so it's alphabet. So, okay, L M. Oh, well, what do we have here?
Rest, friend.
Floating book.
Nothing on the cover but a triangle. This better not read gibberish. This thing told some important information.
Okay, for reasons completely unrelated to the game, I'll take a screenshot of this. Paint. And save this for later. And just as well, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. And move this lower so it doesn't block each other. Oh, damn it. Need bigger picture. Okay. So I'll have some fun translating these documents later on. Because it's alphabet. A, B, C, E, F, G, and so on. And you can tell there's something written in these papers. I'm really curious what it is. So first I will Google if someone translated it, and if it's not translated I will translate it and maybe post it somewhere. Anyways, what's in the book?
The perfect triangle.
Ah, god damn it.
Nah. That ain't help.
Can we like smash this
really
thing?
Want to do that. Rest, friend.
Okay, I will make a hard save here. Okay. So I can translate the book as well. Now, is there something notable in the book that will tell us what to input in the sides? Oh, maybe like this. So this is like a okay, so a U, the point upwards, and the I don't even want it's like a fish hook looks like. So let's go. Fish hook. There's a B. Eye pointing upwards. A. Oh, welcome back, Dunster. We are trying to figure out something inside the Butcher's laboratory. Fun thing about this on this screen, this is actually alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and so on. And the last thing was a U shape, so maybe these are this one, so this should be Y, so this was bay. What's this darn fabric? For a second I thought it's a tentacle. Okay, so that's bay. Let's see if we can find control code for the other side. No. Okay.
I really don't need it. Maybe just its story.
Okay.
Idiot! Left toward the bay, right toward the EOD. Get it through your thick skull.
Oh.
Take it down.
Chasm? Take it down?
Not really into exploring huge chasms with no bottom to be seen. Whatever passage used to be here, it's now a big, black, intimidating hole.
Okay.
If this used to lead to Kraken Bay, well, it don't anymore. Just leads down.
Oh, that also sounds nice. Okay, well, we just need to input EOD here, right? So, A, B, C, D, E. This is H, A, L, M, N, O. A, B, C, D. Oh? A, B, C, D, E. B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K. L, M, N, O. Okay. Don't fight me, don't know the alphabet. Now.
Doesn't run on.
I want to know what this thing is about. Can I throw pebbles into the chasm?
I think I need this. I'm afraid to do anything to this thing.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to know what this
No
does.
idea how to use this.
Also, there's something on the desk. This screen switching images might be just purely cosmetic, but I'm still curious.
And what did we do? Trusted the butcher, put our faith in the carnifex, double-crossed by that freak, denying the dreamer his meal, running away with it. That was his payment for our stupid, misplaced loyalty. How do you think this looks like in the eyes of Father Dagon, huh? And I tell you right now, it is as clear as pure seawater to me that the starry knowledge was always behind that lunatic. I know some of you do not see the starry fools as a threat. Ha! You think me mad? You think I am making this up? This very night, a false preacher was spouting blasphemies about Mother Hydra and Father Dagon right outside the Finman house. Good thing a true believer cast the first stone. Well, egg. And the crowd swiftly dealt with the poisonous snake. But it happened. Truly it has happened in our Fishmouth during our festival.
And the one on the left with a big smile, and like that one. This one. Like, looks kind of strangely happy.
I am shaking with fear, brothers.
And this one as well, those two. Like, they look happy. Okay, so let's see what's here. There's a trembling cultist.
Kooky, freakish cultists.
All the blood and sweat and tears we put into the crop, wasted on a liar.
I can't throw the Haunter's Mark that far. Look at those idiots.
Now, let's not be...
Kooky, freakish cultists.
What's the talk?
The meal.
Anything else we can interact with? Okay.
What did the butcher call it?
I can't throw the Haunter's Mark that far.
Anything else we can observe? Okay, let's like just talk.
I don't want him to know I'm here.
Okay. Oh.
Those mounds of food we threw into the Kraken's gaping maw.
Oh, I get it. Oh, let's throw crowbar at him.
Why, we could have feasted on them for months and praised
Okay.
Dagon's name
And
to the
balls.
skies and to the green abysses.
What about you?
Hunter curse you.
Huh?
Haunter!
The meal.
Son of a nibula.
What fools we were.
Oh. So, seems like there's some spies in our midst.
All the blood and sweat and tears we put into the
So for those who don't know, the Hunter, when I use this as a mark of a Hunter, for some reason we were chosen to bear it. Specifically down here. There's the Delirious Cultist that's over here. Oh, here. And they are the Cult of Stars and geometrical shapes
will be necessary.
that I am not going to pronounce or even think about. But let's throw some more pebbles. The devoted cultist.
Son of a squid.
What about the delirious one? Okay.
I speak the truth. They may be in our midst
Groveling one.
right now.
They can curse you.
Okay. Who else? Zealous.
Yes, yes, leave it.
Oh, thankfully we have enough pebbles to last us for a while. What about this one?
Stars fall on you.
Huh?
Stars? I thought these guys were all about fish.
Enough of this masquerade!
I knew it! Treason!
There is but one true god, you fish-loving heathens, and his name is the Haunter.
How dare you speak that name in the house of Dagon?
You broke into our temple and stole the trapezohedron! Now you're going to pay!
We'll feed you to the fish!
We stole the trapezohedron or whatever.
Give us the book!
But whatever.
Oh my god, little kid, what are you doing?
Well, that could have gone better, I guess. Or worse.
As Rome burned and Nero watched and fiddled, so too we witnessed the fish take vengeance on the fishermen.
Not sure it's the right comparison, Mr. Bizarra. I'm just worried about the kid.
No need, Gramps. I'm well and happy. No one's hurting the fishies anymore. And their bellies are nice and full now.
You really shouldn't have witnessed that. Except you sort of made it happen.
Well, it's all over now, Grandpa. Look, water's draining and the fishies are returning home. A perfect ending of the festival for everyone. Hooray!
Yay.
Don't call me Grandpa.
Okie doke. I'll be on my way before Mom and Dad and Grandma notice that I'm missing. It's been fun. See you around.
Take care, kid.
Yeah, looks like we fed the fish.
Crazy world we live in, huh, Mr. Basara? Thank you for your business, by the way.
I sincerely don't know whether thanks are in order. I'm more confused with each passing hour, but my resolve grows stronger.
So this guy is the leader of another cult. And the one that is trying to protect Necronomicon from Butcher. Though I'm not really sure what their true aim is or whatever. Well, at this point I'm not really sure what anyone's aim is. Mostly they just want Necronomicon for themselves. And I guess they're just doing their cool stuff. So what are you doing in the building? I need some answers. Let's ask about what's he doing here.
What are you doing in this building of all places? Keeping tabs on the esoteric order? Looking for Olmstien? Sightseeing?
You might joke about the sightseeing, but that is part of why I'm here. All across this accursed world, the storm rages ever more powerful, and I strongly expect some kind of sign soon.
Well, this looks like a bell tower, and we know we need to ring true bells, 3 bells, and let's pull this card.
What sign? And why here of all places?
Or rather, we shouldn't ring 3 bells.
Bell to ring through a terrible storm.
News sure does travel fast.
This is the highest steeple in Fishmouth, with the grandest, most resonant bell in miles. This is where I'll wait for a sign, for as long as it takes.
And awaken the beast? How do we know that's a good thing?
We don't, but it is written, so it shall come to be.
This could be the start of a fascinating philosophical debate. If only we had time.
I need some answers.
I need answers.
I'm not really sure what are the questions.
Ask.
Well, thankfully he has the questions. Well, those are not really questions, but okay.
I've come across terrible things in the butcher's pits. What were they?
It is clear to me that Fishmouth holds more secrets than can be dug at in this small window of time we have, and time is not on our side.
Not since we found that damn Necronomicon.
Some use it to spawn horrible monsters. Some to make cats speak.
Some might say it's the same thing. How do we fix that?
What Olmstien allowed, Olmstien can undo. Find the enemy, thwart his plans, and Olmstien will reward you.
I wish I had your confidence, Barnabas.
There's a sign associated with
There is
Olmstien.
this sign that's associated with Olmstien. Tell me what you think it means.
Could be the visual representation of a formula, a constellation. Could be a map.
Thanks. I'll give it some thought. Help us find and stop this butcher, Barnabas.
So he doesn't know.
Carnifex terribilis. What did you find out from scouring Fishmouth in its festival hours, Seeker?
The butcher was definitely in cahoots with.
Esoteric Order?
The Esoteric Order of Dagon. I'm convinced he used them to raise some kind of sea creature, codenamed MCHK.
The Hafgufa. And what of its purpose?
Oh. The meal?
The meal. That's what they called it. These EOD kooks thought they were raising the sea monster as an edible tribute to Dagon.
They trusted the butcher. Huh.
He obviously took his meal, this MCHK, whatever it is, and escaped. Question is, where'd he go? Any ideas?
Not exactly, but keep this in mind. Olmstien always watches, and always leaves something behind to push you in the right direction.
Well, ain't that nice of him.
Let's ask for the sign one more time.
There is this sign that says, tell me what you think.
Could be the visual.
Yeah, it's something.
Could be a...
Nothing interesting, so...
I don't have time for
yeah,
this.
we don't have time for this. We'll just go. Not really sure where.
Meet Buzz and Peace and try to put the pieces together.
The other guide you. Do your best to find out where the butcher is headed, and put an end to his plans, whatever they are. I will stay here and...
wait for a sign. See ya, Barney.
Don't call me that.
Yeah, actually Barnabas is Barney.
Hey, kids.
Yeah.
He's back. Nice place you've got here, Don.
Glad to see you made it all right, buddy.
He didn't answer any of my
Scared
questions.
the living daylights out of us. No offense, dude.
None taken.
Yeah, Fishmouth was interesting. Met your dad finally, Peace.
Oh yeah? Is he alright?
He's good. He's in a steeple, waiting for a sign.
Sounds like Dad.
Can we please skip the niceties and put our heads together?
Right. I made my way into the butcher's laboratory.
Sorry, bad flashback. Would you please excuse me?
Sure thing, Otis. Go get some rest.
Oh.
The butcher. He wasn't still there, was he?
I just missed him.
What did you find that could be relevant?
The MCHK?
MCHK seemed to be an important acronym.
What's that about?
No, I'm more curious about stabilizing element. Well, I don't think we have enough data to speculate.
I don't think I have enough data to speculate.
Bummer.
Either way, he apparently used the cult to get the monster bred and fed, and then ran away with it to who knows where.
The half-goofa. What will he do with it?
Huge biological weapon under your control. I can think of a number of things.
Oh boy. We need to get this guy.
That's great and all, but you know, my problem? Remember what this is really all about?
The butcher and Olmstien? There's a connection there.
We gotta stop always being one step behind him.
Oh, I'll just go for a quick stretch because it's important to stretch your legs every once in a while if you're sitting for so long. So let's all enjoy ourselves in some kind of a small physical activity. And if you need to go to the bathroom, do so now because we are in front of a really long story dump, in my opinion. So better you don't miss any of it, and I will be back in 4 minutes, okay? Nice music, thank you. This is Dream Beats by Harry Zeller. It's a synthwave album. And let's continue with our story, because we're finally getting something instead of just me clicking randomly on things and reading about the chasms and what the machine's for. So, on the festival.
The festival. Fishmuth really knows how to party. What I can say for sure is that the Esoteric Order's been brought down a few notches.
That was the better parties.
And so is the Starry Knowledge Cult.
Nice going, man.
Wasn't me who did it. It was a short, weird little girl who really loves her fishies.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, other than that, I'm afraid Fishmuth and its creepy inhabitants remain a mystery. For now.
And the stabilizing element?
The stabilizing element. Olmstien's constant.
What did that say again?
A terrible storm and 3 bells ringing throughout it shall awaken the beast.
What are your thoughts on it?
This is probably some kind of saying. It's just a red herring, but I really like it, so I'll go in with this.
That's just a red herring. Whoever this guy is, he's just messing with us. It might not mean anything.
You're dead wrong.
Oh yeah? What do you make of it?
I stand by my conviction. Just like the Necronomicon, this is all just ever-changing chaos. So Olmstien wrote the ending down and set it in stone.
Wrote the ending? What does that even mean?
He is not like us. Can't you grasp the concept of divinity? If he wrote it down, it will happen.
Oh, man.
Yeah, did you find anything about the Olmstien signs?
I'm stumped. What do you think it could be?
A constellation?
Constellation?
That was the first thing we thought of, but it doesn't match any known stars.
Still feels like something viewed from above.
Wait,
I have an idea. Hand over that mouse, Buzz.
Copy of final version 18. Detective work and you by End Campaign. Kicking the Habit by C. Gibbous. Gibbous? Succubus?
I'm not prying into Dawn's personal files.
No,
I'm not
please
prying
open
into
it.
Dawn's personal files. I'm not prying into Dawn. I'm not prying
Okay,
into Dawn's
me and
personal.
Vivian?
I'm not prying into Dawn's personal files. I'm not prying into Dawn's personal files.
Okay, this girl is not fun at all.
I'm not prying into Dawn's personal files.
What about world map? Oh. Oh. Yeah, not cooperative at all. Like at least this one. Some concept art of the plant. Vivian is Dawn's plant. Can we close this? No. Oh.
I'm not prying
Yeah,
into
even the
Dawn's
emails.
personal files.
No. Okay. So we will map this onto the points, right?
Maybe it's a map.
Oh. Well, no, definitely not this thing, right? No way it would be a firm Mary's where we already were. That's in Transylvania somewhere. Apparently. The Paris where we were also, and the fish mouth. So let's look for more options. I'm just curious if it fits in something else as well. Not really. No, you can't. Well, it's obvious we should go for these three. Fahrenheit. Actually, let's look if it's a real place. And just give me a second. Maris. Yeah, I wrote it right. Transylvania, maybe? No. Maybe made up, maybe not really important enough to actually made it to the Google, but that's highly unlikely because everything is on Google.
There was a bell in Paris. There was a down for Maris. Dawn, you said my dad's in a steeple in Fishmouth. There's a bell there too. What do you know? It's Point Nemo.
Point what?
Earth's pole of inaccessibility. It's the one point in the ocean that's farthest from any land. There should be nothing there.
Maybe look it up in recent news on that the thing there.
Looking it up on the thing. Okay.
Also, we'll probably not find foreign marines in Slovakia because
anything
we would probably not name anything in forum.
Decades ago, a ship called the Alert, rumored to be carrying a huge cargo of explosives, never returned apparently.
Sounds encouraging.
So we got 3 bells plus Point Nemo. That's got to be it. We're going, right?
Hold your horses, buddy. Say we go there. What do we do about the bells?
I can get a hold of Vlad.
I can find a way to reach Dad.
I got Serge eaten out of my palm, so I'm sure we can coordinate. Ring them all at once. We can awaken the beast, but do we want to? Or does that help the butcher?
Think about it. If he ran away with it, it means that the butcher's in control of this monster. This beast, right? Just a theory, but these bells might snap the creature out of it.
Yeah, 3 bells ringing thousands of miles away. Completely realistic.
No, it makes a lot of sense and it fits the constant. Let's get in touch with all 3 of them and tell them to, wait for a sign. We're a creative bunch. We'll come up with something should we need to, right?
Preparedness has always been our forte. What do I really have to lose at this point? The end of the world it is.
It's just the farthest point from land. Doesn't really end there.
It doesn't, huh? Tell me more.
This is gonna be one long trip.
Well, the cat is mostly just annoyed by making it into the donkey cat. Because she was a completely normal cat before we read from the Necronomicon. And this is mainly why he passes here. He wants to undo it. Mainly because he doesn't want cat to talk about his personal life. And it doesn't look so far from the land, but if you think about it,
ladies and gents, it's kind of crazy.
They didn't say it was far from the land. It was
from civilization as humanly possible.
Not just humanly.
Farthest from any land. So
3 months worth of rent money says what we're looking for is on the top of that mountain over there.
I don't know. Did you see that crazy looking beach? I think our best bet is to split up and
search for clues?
Well, yeah, actually.
It might increase our chances of finding this butcher.
to be fair,
how about we take the mountain?
Oh, Cat, I hope you brought sunblock, because it's time to hit the beach.
Buzz, don't make this worse than it has to be.
I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
Nervous?
Okay, scared. I'm really, really freaking scared.
Let's do this. And whoever finds the butcher first? Actually, I don't know. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed, probably. Encountering, probably otherworldly entity that probably murders people and controls something. Some kind of creature that's that's been grown by these fishes.
Point Nemo. Hopefully, it all ends here, once and for all.
Is it me, or does this place seem off somehow? And for some reason, that huge, not quite full moon up there is particularly bothersome.
Gibbous.
What?
Gibbous. almost but not quite fully revealed. It's what you call that kind of moon.
Whatever you say, Madam Scientist. Let's just...
Hello?
Whoa! What? What is this?
I don't know, but you look repulsive.
What is this? What have I turned into?
You sort of look like discarded deli meat slapped together.
No!
Oh,
This is not me.
You just got transformed, against your will, into something you despise. Sucks, huh?
I'm an abomination, Kitty. But I didn't even do anything. Oh God. Oh no. You think this is permanent?
Apparently not.
Oh! What now? What do I look like now?
Basic? Blocky?
Everything is squares. I'm squares. Ah!
Oh.
Whoa. Yeah, I kind of prefer the previous look, to be honest.
Same.
What fresh hell? What even am I?
Some kind of... You're like,
Oh.
I give up.
I
I give
feel
up as well.
a panic attack coming.
This place is really doing a number on you.
Wait, I'm back! Oh, praise the infinite universe! I am back! Oh, that was scariest.
I hate to be the ever cynical one, but I have a bad feeling. I think it's...
What?
Yep, it's cyclical.
No!
The bad news is you seem to keep transforming. The good news, it's only happening to you.
What can we do, Kitty?
Suck it up and press on, Kerwin.
Oh, you're right.
I
Let's
love this
keep
cat.
going.
The cat is my favorite actor in the entire game. So are you still mad about being humanized?
Still mad about being humanized?
Very much so.
Okay, just checking.
So she can backseat us if we need to.
Not worth bothering.
Okay, let's see what's this thing.
Bizarre moss-covered monoliths are strewn all over this beach.
There's some strange gateway.
It's a normal-looking archway. I mean, normal considering the circumstances.
What the hell are you even considering normal? Okay, let's pass through.
Huh. Made it through. Come on, Kitty.
Let's use Kitty in the archway. Let's see what she turns into. Oh, interesting.
Looks very passable through.
What if we pass back?
I can't pass through for some reason.
Oh.
I can't pass through for some reason.
Okay, well.
I don't know how to describe it, but it looks both painterly and pasted on. Really strange stuff. It just looks surreal and out of place.
Yeah, the first one was completely normal, but this one is strange.
I can't pass through for some reason.
Oh, interesting. What about this one? Oh. Let's pass through.
Something's stopping me from passing through this arch.
So Kitty passes through this one. Can I pass through?
Something's stopping me from passing through this arch.
Okay, so that's the first puzzle already.
I can see disturbing hieroglyphs all over them. No idea what they stand for. Don't know what to do about them.
Can I go closer?
This place makes zero sense.
Can I go back or not?
Huh. Made it through. Come on, Kitty.
Interesting. Can you pass through there?
I can't pass through for some reason.
No? What else is here and what we do have? Okay, we have Necronomicon, so...
I feel some kind of weird vibration from the book, but I don't think I need it here.
Hmm.
Don't know what to... Not worth bothering.
Okay, let's try Necronomicon and the Strange
I'm
Architecture.
frankly afraid to.
Oh, god damn it, these characters.
Huh. Made it through.
Just
Come on, kiddy.
Just read Necronomicon, like, how hard can it be?
Something's stopping me from passing through this arch.
Oh, your cat licks your face, it's so cute. What about if you use Necronomicon on the cat? Yay!
Whoa.
What the heck did you do, Kerwin?
It worked. The Necronomicon actually worked on you.
Did you think I wasn't going through enough already? Look at me!
I know, but this might be helpful.
Okay, can the... Oh no.
I can't pass through for some reason.
Okay, she can't pass through still. Again? Oh.
I hate you, Buzz.
Good to know you stay the same regardless of definition.
Can you pass through now?
I can't pass.
No, what about this one?
I can't pass through for some.
Oh, interesting.
I feel some kind of weird...
Okay, one more time. Oh god.
Oh no. This is insulting.
I don't know. You actually look kind of cute.
Shut up, you monster.
Well, Kitty, pass through this gate now. And well, we can pass still through. We made it in the cycle. So you can pass only if you are looking the way the gate is looking. So we passed through first by looking normal. Then we couldn't pass through when we were looking like a monster or the other art. Now we can pass through this one. Because we're looking like a monster. Let's turn Kitty into monster and make her pass. And the last one is pixelated. Hell yeah. So what do you have to say about this strange archway?
Oh god. It's like a living, throbbing, organic archway. It's grossing me out, man. I know I'll have to, but I dread even coming close to it.
Okay, Kitty, go. And soon is our time. We need to wait one more transformation. Okay, go through.
So, at least we're putting this insanity to use somehow.
Just keep going, please.
Just let's turn Kitty back into the normal shape.
It's a really blocky arch thing. It's like it's not fully loaded or something. Very pixelated.
Okay. So let's go inside. Oh, he wakes you up by licking your nose. Let's go inside. Oh, that's kind of cute. Also probably really annoying. Especially if you're trying to sleep.
It's like this stone thing with holes in it.
It's called a steel.
How do you know these things?
The stone thing.
Those holes, though. Looks like it might have a function.
Well...
I can't reach that high up.
Kitty can maybe?
Hey, can you try and see if that thing activates?
I don't think I have enough limbs.
Oh, don't worry about that. We can fix that.
Hey, can you try and see if that thing activates?
Well, is that the patcher? No, looks like a statue. A skeleton?
Repulsive, but pretty darn useful.
Yeah, let's turn her back. Now, what is this?
A pretty badly damaged statue of a humanoid holding a sword. That sword looks really neat. It's really weird. Whenever I look at it, I kind of feel the Necronomicon vibrating.
Oh, also there's another triangle on the sword. Oh, what's... Now it's censored. Oh.
Little bit less disturbing now.
Really?
I don't know how to.
What about one more transformation? Now we got it. Okay, let's take the sword. Yay. Can we Necronomicon the
Let's not
sword?
cut the book up now that we can finally use it.
Yeah, I was trying to Necronomicon the sword into Eldritch monster, but okay.
Where have I seen this branch before? Oh, it's killing me.
Oh, where? Oh, that's the branch on the shop of in the fish mouth. No, not the fish mouth. The well.
No need to cut it up.
Can we transform
Book's
again?
already done its job on it.
Okay.
They feel unchangeable.
Interesting.
Looks like a statue of two strange-looking beings. Their heads are trilobed and weird.
Think you are going to sleep? Well then, gonna get my chest off the chest, get my cat off the chest, and fall asleep together. Oh, okay. Well, good night then. Enjoy your sleep. And happy rest of your night, well. And happy rest of your Easter as well.
They seem really interested in sword-holding dude. I don't think I have beef with him. Wouldn't know how to.
Well, stick the branch into the eye holes, for example. Anything else we can transform?
Half of a carved-out globe on some kind of pedestal.
It's Necronomicon time, maybe?
There's a definite vibration, but I don't think I need it here.
Oh, thank you, Lanster. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate everyone that stops by and just keeps me company, I guess. And have a great rest of the weekend. If you are still before Sunday or not. And well, I'll be back on Wednesday if you want to watch some Elden Ring. Mm-hmm. 2 hours apart. Maybe I'm in the Europe in the CST time, so you can
I have no use for
calculate it by that.
Is this supposed to be a planet? An asteroid? Kinda looks like one of those tri-lobed beings is peeking out from inside it. Eerie.
Really? Yeah, maybe this thing.
I'm not having her climb in there.
Why? Well...
Can you believe this morphing craziness?
It's even worse for me, so don't complain.
Worse. You only shapeshift when I want you to.
Exactly.
G'day.
What?
You know when you look, painted? I know I shouldn't be laughing, but I can't help it. The way you scurry around.
Yeah, well, you don't even look funny, just disturbing. Ugh.
Yeah, true. You're not wrong, you little rat.
Okay, well, we probably need to move onwards because I don't see anything else we can transform. Although I'm really happy we finally get to use the Necronomicon because I was waiting for it the whole time. Like, if you have magic book that summons horrors from other dimensions and you are not using it, you are probably doing something wrong. You will try to get around when you have time. Oh, I'm happy that you enjoyed your time here and yeah, stop by anytime. Thank you. Eastern Europe time was strong. Vibe was strong, so it felt like home. Oh, cool. Actually, I think the developers are from Romania, if I'm correct. Yeah, they're from Romania. Or at least they have it set as a location on their Twitter. Well, they made a really cool game, nonetheless, wherever they're from. The developers of this game, I think they're from Romania. I'm not really sure.
I'd rather not use the book here.
No. The company is called Stuck in Attic.
Much like myself, everything is shifting between these four estates. I'm cool with one of them.
Oh, let's jump into this fiery pit of hell and be... can we throw the book inside the fire, like in the Lord of the Rings?
I can't cast the book in the fiery pits. I still need it for Kid A.
Okay. What about the branch?
Nah, I'm holding on to it.
What can you tell me about the pits?
Gigantic pits, and there's bubbling lava down there. Encouraging.
Oh, I'm pretty sure the Romanians are just as creative as anyone else.
There's also the occasional low rumbling. Yep, everything's gonna be fine. She's not going down there.
Yeah, well, probably not. A magic circle.
A magic-looking circle. It's on that disgusting throbbing island there.
Let's touch it. Oh. There are 4 circles.
Doesn't seem to do anything by itself. I think we'll have to work together on this one, Kid A.
All right, I trust you. I'm officially in full collab mode.
So go press this one. Oh, interesting. Hmm. Oh, this is interesting, curious, and can we stack the sword
I
into
won't
the...
even try it.
Okay, what about the branch?
Don't think that would help.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Feels like we're missing two people. Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it. So, first? Okay, let's try. Oh, let's press the circle with kit. Now, we'll press this one.
Oh, I think I got it.
Well, thank God at least one of us got it.
The states need to fit. Come on, we got this.
Really? Now, let's transform Kitty. And let's do the kitty here. Cool. Now what? We pressed all of them, so let's go away. So let's transform her back. I'm normal now, so let's press first one again. Oh, right, I see. Now, Kitty, you will need to go into the trench cut. Yep. And now go here. And let's make you into Eldritch Abomination again. And this is the Olmstien sign. Now, let's turn you back into normal because I like you that most. Oh, actually, no. Okay, we transformed, so let's touch the first circle. And let's make Kitty touch this one. Perfect. Okay. Now, let's turn Kitty into Kitty and let's go inside. Oh, how convenient, right? Yay. Now, let's make a second circle. Oh.
Kitty! Are you dead? Are you alive in there?
Still kicking, Schrodinger.
Oh god, are you okay? Can you breathe? What do we do?
Yeah, I can breathe all right.
There
are
ring the bell?
mechanisms inside this thing.
That's good to hear, because I see nothing on my end here.
We can't let this slow us down, Buzz.
Alright.
Try and figure out your way forward while I work on this.
According to the prophecy or whatever, we need to ring three bells at once to awaken the beast. Though we are not really sure what the beast is. And this was the location where the strange puzzle was pointing to. And well, let's say it like this, it's
not the best time to attack Kitty with a strange sword.
It's a pretty good location for mysterious things to be happening, but
These are the final words of Captain Johansson of the Alert. I don't have any kind of
we still don't know how to send a sign to other people that they should ring the bells.
Will somehow retain my last utterances. Whoever you are, if you can hear this, know that this wretched place you've made your way to must be wiped off the face of the earth. That is what me and my shipmates on the Alert came here to do. Once we deciphered the sign, we left Oslo for Point Nemo with a ship full of explosives and fuses, hell-bent on destroying this island where the evil book is at its most powerful. I won't waste my breath on my exploits concerning the Necronomicon. If you are here, you must be aware of the generations it has tricked into playing its awful roles, and then led here to be made to disappear. When we embarked on this journey, we knew full well of the dozens that have failed before us. However, we have accomplished more than any of them. This horrible island is surrounded by active underwater volcanoes, and I can only hope that we've managed to rig them all to explode to trigger their eruption. We have started with the detonator on the highest mountain peak and worked our way down. It did not come without sacrifices. The crew was driven crazy by the monstrosity of what they kept transforming into. By the time we were setting charges underwater, myself and First Mate Green were the only sane men left. That's when we saw it. My God, we had found more than we had bargained for. The thing that should not be. We were driven mad with fear. I fled in terror, and somehow clawed my way into this hall. I am probably on the side of the island we had not explored, and I see no way out of this hall where my bones will find their final resting place. I can only hope that Green set all the fuses before he lost his mind. Or his life. If someone ever hears this, the detonator, on the highest peak, bury this place, and the horror that slumbers beneath.
Interesting.
Someone's earthly remains. Someone who never made it out of here. I don't want them.
Oh, come on, you do.
I don't want them.
I hate it when people are uncooperative.
Let's not disrespect the departed.
Can we Necronomicon them?
These are the final words. I don't have.
Oh, it's the same thing again.
When we
Yeah. Can we skip you?
That's. We were.
Your cat bites your finger and then licks it. Did you feed it? Did you feed your cat?
Oh no.
I'm pretty sure those bones are probably decomposing by now. Since they probably are here for a long time.
How many more obstacles do you have in store for me, Point Nemo? I've got to find a way to solve this. I've rearranged it. Nothing changed.
Oh.
I've rearranged it. Nothing changed.
Hmm?
I've rearranged it. Nothing changed.
Well, obviously because you're rearranging them wrong way.
I've rearranged it. Nothing changed. I've rearranged it. Nothing changed.
Well, I have a plan, so let's cut this rope.
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Hell yeah. Yeah, if you can't solve the puzzle,
Kitty, can
just
you hear me? I've opened
just
this door.
destroy
We
it.
can keep going now.
You can keep going. This contraption
Oh,
is
he just
way
wants to
more
dominate you,
complicated than I
but
had
he loves
anticipated.
you.
Go on ahead without me, Buzz.
Yeah.
What do you mean? I can't just leave you behind trapped like this. Didn't you hear that ghost thing? All the volcanoes around here are rigged to blow up.
Just go, Buzz. Find the butcher. Dawn and Peace might need you. I'll be okay. I'll try to make my way out of this trap.
Kitty, I can't.
Just go already. And be careful, Numbskull.
Kitty, I love you.
Get the out of here, Kerwin!
Oh.
Whoa, I did not expect this here. What in heaven's name is this place? How can all this be here? This looks just like Olmstien's sign, except there's a crazy amount of lines connecting tens and tens of dots all over the place.
Not puzzle though. One thing I don't really like about escape rooms is that you can't destroy the puzzles. Because I get the idea that you should solve the puzzles to get out of the escape room, but let me just say it this way. If there's a chair in the escape room, is it wrong to use it to open the door? Because it's just thinking outside of the box, right? You, if you're not supposed to use chair in the escape room, then the chair shouldn't be there at all, right? But I'm just weird when it comes to puzzles.
Bizarre.
So
there are framed pictures of some objects I've come across ever since this whole adventure began, like the exploding package and Priscilla's doll, but also of others that I don't recognize. These other objects vary from unusual to ancient. What's the point of all this? Who the heck could this strange place belong to? I'm leaving everything as it is.
Oh, come on.
Can this mean that there are more than one signs? Olmstien, I can't wait for you to answer all my questions.
I'm pretty sure he will not answer anything.
Picture of an unusual crystal. I don't recall ever seeing this before.
This is the starry gold. Starry gold thingy. The if you remember when we were in the esoteric order of Dagon's temple with the fishes, those cultists that were spies among the alleged cultists, they called for the trapezohedron or something. That's this thing. The Dawn used it as a sledgehammer to escape from their cold location. What's this one? Can we zoom in slightly? So this is Necronomicon. This might be the book we found in the other place. Maybe. There are some other strange objects.
Whoa. The title of the book is A Storm Over Fishmouth. What? Should I look deeper into this?
Yeah, the room looks really cozy. I really like this chair or whatever it is. Must be really comfortable to just lay in it.
Huge porthole looking into a greenish abyss. There's something off about it, though.
Oh.
It's like it's
The
shimmering
greenish
every
abyss,
once in
maybe?
a while. I'm getting a very strange vibe from it.
Oh, interesting. Hmm. Oh. Okay, what are we looking for? Okay, let's look for the book first. Oh. Who's this person? Mm-hmm. So that are these like different people? Mm-hmm. Different people that are solving the mysteries. Hmm. It is Transylvania. For Malice. Hmm. And what's the last thing? Oh. So nothing. So it started here, the book is full. Then it... Didn't get it. What's this book on the whole?
Rather not.
Pussy.
I think I'd better not. I don't...
Okay, come on, you have a magical book. And you don't use it?
It's a book about ancient folktales. It's open at Transylvania, Romania.
Let's read it.
This page describes the Muara and Azor myth. Weird.
Oh.
This next page is about the castle and I think Vlad's ancestors. And the masks. This can't be a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
It's a book about ancient folktales. It's open at...
Okay.
While on an antiquarian tour of an isolated fishing village called Fishmouth, a man called Robert Olmstien has an unexpected revelation. Olmstien? Robert Olmstien? What does this mean? Let's see what this page says. It had all started with the strange fishiness of the local populace, but now it was clear. There was more, so much more to this. It was as if whispers of dark ancient legends, revelations of unfathomable ancestry, madcap globe-trotting adventures, and the ever-present threat of slumbering horror were all coming together into one blood-red line under the watchful eye of the Necronomicon.
And what's on the last page?
Holy hardcover hermetical history. I've stumbled onto something big. I'll just keep reading, I guess.
Well,
these
maybe there's more
stories
than
are
one
too
page.
dark and beautiful not to come to life, uttered Olmstien with an enigmatic smile. Even the one ending with this world's complete destruction. There is no story if there is nothing at stake, came Olmstien's answer. The roles are set, the actors will come and go, and we will be here, watching. And controlling it? Sometimes, when the time is right. Why not make it always? Always. Where is the fun in that? And he let go of the book, watching it drop in slow motion into the crowd below. The end.
Oh.
Whoa. The title of the... What? Should I...
So maybe we should take some notes from this one. Let's read the
While
last
on an
page.
antiquarian tour of an isolated fishing village, a man called Olmstien. What is?
Okay, let's
see what this page. It had all started with the strange fishiness of the
Mhm.
local. It was
Yeah,
as if
the-
whispers of were all
Yeah.
coming together into one.
We already last
Holy
page.
hardcover hermetical history. I've stumbled onto something big. I'll just keep reading, I guess. These stories are too dark and beautiful not to come to life, uttered Olmstien with an enigmatic smile. Even the one ending with this world's complete destruction. There is no story if there is nothing at stake, came Olmstien's answer. The roles are set, the actors will come and go, and we will be here, watching and controlling it sometimes when the time is right. Why not make it always? Always. Where is the fun in that? And he let go of the book, watching it drop in slow motion into the crowd below. The end.
So at some point we will need to discard the Necronomicon into the crowd below. Okay. It's been an hour, so let's take a quick break. 2-3 minutes for a quick stretch. Visiting all time. Make sure to stretch your legs so everything stays properly circulated. And the blood in the legs, I mean. And if you want to, we can grab a drink or something, and yeah. Let's go for a 3-minute break, okay? I'm back. Let's give everyone a few more seconds to come back if they went somewhere. And we'll continue soonish. Like, only thing I have against this game is that we have a Necronomicon and we are not using it. If it was me, I would be reading from it non-stop.
I don't think I'll do that.
Maybe you shouldn't let me near Necronomicon if you ever find one. So, let's continue. There's a strange apparatus.
I'm leaving everything as it is.
Okay. Well, there's one more book.
This book is called The Case of Basil Dexter Kerwin. Basil Kerwin, a bookish nobody counting the days away behind his office desk, unveils a century-spanning relationship between himself and a wizard named Corvinus, and tries to avoid slowly transforming into something he detests. The pages are all crossed out and scratched over. It's hard to make out anything more. Corvinus? Oh no, I'm starting to feel faint. I've had enough. I'd better move on.
No, let's read.
This book,
Okay. So yeah, it's pretty obvious the Basque caravan. Well, it was pretty obvious in the Transylvania that the Basque caravan is actually from Transylvania. Well, we know that he said so, but the caravan is really similar to Corvin, which was a local royal bloodline that over time disappeared, I guess. And also a lot of local people commented on how similar he looks like to the Baron of the place. And yeah, he's probably from the Corwin royal line, or well, noble line, I guess, not royal, in Transylvania. In this game, that is, not in the real life. I don't think there's anything like that. But now we learned that they're actually descended from the wizard. So I guess you're a wizard now, Buzz.
I'm out of here. Dawn and Peace need me. Goodbye, strange room.
Oh.
Like a moth to the flame, you finally made it.
The carrier. Right on time.
Buzz, turn around! Run!
No. That is where you are wrong, little zealous fly. It is not him carrying the book. It was always the book carrying him here.
Nonsense. We were always right on your tail, Butcher.
Oh, because you chose to, right? Adorable. But enough about that. Hand over the book, carrier.
Or what?
Or I constrict those electricity fields and zap your friends just like the bugs that they are.
Let's ask what he wants. Can I look around? No?
Not until you tell me what you want it for.
Oh, come on. What difference does it make to you?
I want more story.
This will all play out
That's
as
the
it must,
difference.
regardless. Let us stop wasting time.
I can just read a spell and end you.
We both know it does not work that way.
It worked once. Did it really?
It already worked once.
Do I have to spell everything out for you? It worked once because it was written that it would. You had no say in this. The book chose the role, and now it returns to me for its final performance.
You're insane.
Bob Olmstien, or whatever he's calling himself. We are all just actors in his little production.
Until you hand the Necronomicon over, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Production? Like a play?
You have not caught on yet? Tough. I have no time to lay it out for you dimwits. Book. Now.
You owe us an explanation.
I owe you nothing.
I just want the story summarized.
But it really is simple, little fly. You are all prisoners in Olmstien's web of fiction, while I will claw my way out of it.
Really?
So what's the book for? A fine seeker you turned out to be. It is the magic wand in the illusionist's toolkit. This thing called Olmstien likes his stories. He simply set loose the magic wand into our boring world and watched it turn myth into reality. So many possible storylines he planted seeds for. The carrier, the seeker, the protector, the beast. Same roles, different actors. So much more fun when you defy all laws of nature and existence. Give me the book!
Mm-hmm. What will you use book for?
What will you use the book for?
The crowning achievement of my life's work with flesh and blood and metal. Breathing life into one of Olmstien's favorite characters.
Mecha Kraken? So is Olmstien into Gundams? Mind control the Hyper Kraken.
The mind-controlled Hyper Kraken.
For now. But what matters is what it shall become. Ya Cthulhu! He who dreams at the bottom of the sea, awaiting his awakening. The perfect triangle.
Really?
The huge pair of wings you dug up in Forum Maris.
The first angle. Wings of the dragon.
The oversized kraken you raised in Fishmouth.
The second angle. Head of the kraken.
You.
The third angle. Iron will of man.
You're just mind-controlling some poor Frankenstein creature, you psycho.
Part man, part kraken, part dragon. Made one by the Necronomicon. And now, the moon is right.
Interesting. What's so special about this place? Actually, let's ask about Olmstien. I'm more curious about that.
So Olmstien is an...
Impress me. What is Olmstien?
You. There is no Olmstien. You are just leading us along, tricking us into bringing the Necronomicon here at the right time.
Please, do not insult me. Still, you are free to believe what you choose to. I have really had enough talk now. Last warning before they die.
Okay. Here.
Now, what's the guarantee that he will not kill us?
Welcome back,
well,
old friend.
To be fair, he has no reason to kill us.
Now what? You'll just become
Cthulhu! Devourer of souls! An end to this wretched joke of a world.
Destroy the world. That's it? You either haven't thought this through or you're just bat-crap nuts.
Negotiating terms, little fly. Yes, they're in control right now, up there in the moon. But once I stamp this world out, when just me and them are the ones left standing...
What happens?
Appreciation for a mortal that became a god. For the pawn that broke the rules and checkmated the king. I have created life before. And I will destroy and then repopulate this world the way I see fit.
Olmstien will never allow it.
Start over from scratch, with an invincible god of death ruling over darkness? Breeding my own ruthless kind, stamping out the weak. Nothing but chaos for years and years to come? That is not his kind of story. Him and his kind will just abandon this wretched earth, Move on to the next toy and leave this one to me. Time to become Cthulhu.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, it's Kitty.
Shut up, dummy! How do I stop those force fields?
Forget those. All the underground volcanoes around this peak are rigged to explode. The detonator's got to be around here somewhere. Look for that.
Blow up volcanoes, awaken beasts from mind control. Got it. On it.
Oh. Yeah.
Still a lot of junk, but on some kind of raised platform.
Mm-hmm. Okay, give me...
I ain't getting anything.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Can we read something else?
That's it! That's the detonator! Shut up!
What? No! No!
Mm-hmm.
The detonator! That's it! There's the detonator! Kidda, right below you!
Alright, let's hope it makes a big enough splash.
Not so fast, you verbose vermin. Unless you want to fry, you are not touching that detonator.
No! No! No!
Feel that energy crackling in the air? I've reached the final 3 phases of the incantation. World, prepare to meet Cthulhu!
Wow.
We gotta do something!
Yeah! Yeah! Cthulhu Fatigan! Damn it! Damn it! Ah! Gokamanayan! Yore Bathikasiyaha!
Olmstien, where are you?
Tharanak Shog! Tharanaxia! Yeah!
Yeah! Yay!
Yeah! Yeah! Cthulhu!
Yeah.
Use the detonator! Our one chance to send a signal to Vlad and Serge and Barnabas. But it's engulfed in deadly electricity. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Well. Escape?
Go back the way you came, Kitty. It's the only way out. I failed you. I've dragged you along all over the place and achieved nothing. I ruined your life. I couldn't change you back. I lost the Necronomicon. And now this lunatic might turn into a god of death.
Actually, we should have saved.
You're innocent. Just run. Run as fast as you can.
Now, Buzz, it isn't easy to admit this, but I've discovered some surprising things about myself since this all started. Run away? Sorry, but that's not my style. Time for... well, no time left. Bye.
No. You'll jump, right? Yeah. Yeah, this was what I was trying to avoid.
Little critter, your sacrifice was for naught. It has not awakened. It has not! Come back, little one. Why won't you listen to me?
Well...
Not the soulless beast she wanted us to think she was.
We're all gonna miss her, buddy. It's as if time stood still for her.
Olmstien!
It was really sad ending.
Time to rock and roll.
Oh. Oh. I was in time to compose myself again. Yeah. Oh, that was really sad ending actually. I was up till the end thinking that, well, when I saw the last scene, I was like, the kid is gonna die, Kitty, but I sort of believed all the way to the end that she will survive, and then I saw her floating in that book. Oh, that was really sad. Also, hopefully she's okay since the ending scene sort of implied that she's still alive. And, well... what the right this was. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to the Neo Mage game. Whenever it comes. And I will need to check out the developer page if they made a sequel to this game, because there certainly looked like there can be a sequel by seeing people escape into the beam of light to the moon. I'm really sorry, I'm all over the place. Well, anyways, I will need to check out the sequel if there exists. Maybe we can play it sometime. And otherwise, thank you for watching. This was a really cool game. I really enjoyed every minute of it. The puzzles were really easy, which is really good for me because I'm really bad at puzzles. I really like the humor and the characters as well, though my favorite was Kitty. So the ending kind of broke me, but still, it was nice. Game overall. Since if you watched me, you will probably not be buying the game, but if you have some friends that like point and click games, you can recommend it to them. I would say I would recommend this game to my friends if they were looking for point and click game which is slightly more humorous and not really taking itself too seriously. And thank you, Stakinatic, for making this game. I had a blast playing through it. And please, if there's no sequel, make sequel, okay? Now let's wait for the credits. There may be... oh, there's a bunch of Romanians doing the games. Yeah, so I was right. This game is made by a Romanian studio. And I really loved it. Maybe there's a post-credit scene? No. Let's see, did we unlock all cutscenes? Probably. So I wonder if there's also voice acting in different languages, probably not. Anyways, this will be all from me for today. Yeah, what a trip and the ending as well. Anyways, we'll be back on Wednesday with more Elden Ring. We are starting our magic only playthrough. On the Friday we will do some cozy, relaxing game for winding down after the whole week. Since we all deserve to relax and just enjoy ourselves. Also, playing Elden Ring on Fridays is not really for me because I'm already a little tired from work and I don't need extra stress from getting killed by bosses over and over. On Saturday we will play more Oxygen Included. And on Sunday, if you are interested, you can stop by for a Sherlock Holmes game. Let me see. It's called... Thank you, Steam. Sherlock Holmes, Chapter 1. It's a fairly new game, released in November last year. And I haven't seen too much of it. I saw someone play it. It's a sort of this mystery game about Sherlock Holmes solving some crimes. But it's also had really cool features. Looked semi-open worldy to me, and it's less point and click, more of a, well, it's Sherlock Holmes game, so it's a mystery detective adventure. Maybe with some extra action. So I think if you're interested in that, you can come by next Sunday for that. Thank you for watching, everyone. And see you again sometimes.